Warning: Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976, allowance is made for fair use, for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Nonprofit, educational, or personal use tips the balance in favor of fair use.
Along with Charles Ogletree and Randall Robinson and some really great lawyers, we're gonna try to fashion a strategy to sue for slavery reparations in this country. bring a lawsuit. It's not the most popular thing everywhere, but that's not the test. The test is slavery was wrong. The government sanctioned and benefited from it. You can't have, 200 or 300 years of free labor built to help build the country. When you go to Washington, you look at those monuments like the Washington Monument, built by slaves. Nobody ever got any compensation for that. You got to look at it realistically, I think. So I think these are new challenges we have to face.
Johnny will never retire.
It's a journey to justice.
What it do, family and friends? Welcome back to the Church of Black Power. If you're not subscribed, go ahead, hit that subscribe button along with the notification bell so you can be notified whenever videos like this drop. Please make sure you're hitting that like and share button so we can beat up the algorithm. Make sure we get this message out to the ears that need to hear. And if you have not done so yet, please click the link in the description. Go to change.org and put your signature on the petition for reparations. And with that being said, family, welcome back to another Sunday service. It's always a pleasure to be in the building with the certified G'd up family. Much love to each and every one of you. I am excited to be here as always because I get to kick it with the fam bam. Family, every time I think I get out, these shills keep pulling me back in. I thought I was going to be able to, after the last broadcast, I brought on our good brother Melrose Radio. Shout out to our good brother Melrose Mike. I brought our good brother on the broadcast. We spoke about some of the things that Al Sharpton had to say. And family, I thought it would end there. I thought, I won't have to address Al for a while. I won't have to address Roland. We already got over Roland and all this other stuff, all that good stuff there. And then as soon as I press end, I went into our brother Afro Elite's page. And shout out to our good brother Afro Elite, as always, certified B1, salute to him. Where Al Sharpton just so happened to not only respond at the NAN conference, the Non-Action Network conference, but then he went to his radio show. And I didn't know Al Sharpton had a radio show, but now that I know, we'll be calling in tomorrow. But yeah, he went on his radio show and he had some things to say. And then, shout out to our good brother Afro Elite again. Roland Martin had something to say. So we're going to address those situations, not just that, but we're going to put some real facts to light here. We're not going to sit here and continue this nonsensical farce. As we've been stated several times over in the new black media, we are not the people of the past. We are the elevated version of the people of the past that you dealt with. So shout out to everybody from the civil rights generation, but we are not the civil rights generation. We are the belt to ass generation. We are the reparations generation. We are the standing on business generation. We are the anybody can catch these hands generation. So I want to make sure everybody understand us quite clearly, because apparently standing up for your lineage, heritage, and culture and the interests of your lineage, heritage, and culture, that is op activity all of a sudden said by all the ops in the room. But unfortunately for them, the reason why the new black media exists is not because we're sensitive to name calling. No. It's not because we're sensitive to people saying, hey, these folks are CIA or anything like that. No, we exist because of the fact that we actually have a backbone. We exist because of the fact that we actually understand the interests of foundational Black America, and we voice that interest without any type of reservation. Oh, family, I am so proud of the day and age that we stand in here today, and I can guarantee you, so are our ancestors, so are the people who didn't get to see this type of revolution, this type of renaissance happening across the board when it comes to us. Because trust me, there's been many of our ancestors who have put it on the table. Hey, this is where we need to go. This is what we need to do. Shout out to Dr. Claude Anderson. And now, foundational Black Americans are collectively, whether you have heard of Dr. Claude Anderson or not, something within you, something within your spirit, something within your soul is yearning for your freedom, is yearning for your resources, is yearning to see your people elevate and shine like the diamonds that they are. Whether if you ever read any of our Grandmaster Teacher's books, whether you've listened to anybody within the new Black media, a lot of people right now, they're understanding, they're feeling it in their hearts of hearts and in their souls of souls that something ain't right. They're looking at the condition of our people and they're saying something isn't right. They're looking at people being just shoveled into America and given all of these resources while looking at our community and seeing our community being deprived, and people are saying something isn't right. And that's because of each and every one of you who stomped on the ground 3 times and spinned around to wake up the ancestors and said, hey, we understand we wasn't standing on business. We was calling for other people's ancestors to stand on business for us. We was calling for other people from outside of America to stand with us. We stopped believing in ourselves. We stopped believing in our ancestors. And God dang it, it's time for us to reunite with you. If you got our backs, we got yours. We're going to stand on this 10 toes. And we ain't even got to ask if you got our backs. We know you got our backs, because without you, we wouldn't be here today. Everything that you did, everything that you sacrificed, everything. And the ancestor said, oh, about time. We've been waiting for you, waiting for you, waiting for you, waiting for you. And the ancestors started showing up and showing out to let us know, hey, we hear you. Hey, we see you. Hey, we're proud. And as we continue to walk through the valley of the shadow of death, that is America, we shall fear no Democrat or Republican as we stand on foundational Black American business. And with that being said, family, let me scroll up and give the B1 salutes as always. Let me give a B1 salute, shalom, and a certified salute to our sister Andrea Jones, our brother MPC. Much love to you, my brother Melvin. It's good to see you as always, my good brother. Our sister Hurricane Nisi in the building. Much love to you, my sister Queen. Thank you for being here. Our sister Aquarius Minded. Much love to you. Our sister C. Phillips Davis. Much love to you. Thank you for being here. Shout out to Anthony. You are welcome here if you're here to actually, be on call, learn something, chop it up with the family. But if you start trolling, that troll will get called out. I will invite you up here. I will make you stand on whatever the hell you say. So yeah, no problem. You definitely could be here. However, don't think that you can play around here. We ain't going to have that. Now, a B1 salute to our sister Taste and Tease with Mrs. Tony in the building. Much love to you, and thank you for being here, as well as our sister Angelic all day. Much love to you, my sister Queen. Thank you for being here as always. Our Our family of law solution in the building, a certified B1 salute to you, and a shout out to the Shot Town. Much love to each and every one of you for holding it down. And my prayers and my love is always with you out there, really with all of us anywhere around the United States. But with all the stuff going on out there in Chicago, with that super majority of the Democrats out there pushing y'all out of your homes and things like that, we stand with y'all, we pray for y'all, and we hope everything goes in the right manner. Much love to you, family. A B1 salute to our good brother Antithesis, and let me give a B1 salute to you once again for your Cash App donation and your super chat. Your donations are blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contributions as always, my good brother out here supporting. And much love, and I appreciate all your support, family. Much love to you. My apologies, family. I have never been kicked out of a gun. I have never been kicked out my own room before, but okay. Damn, some of the people that were up here, it deleted. So B1 salute to our sister Priscilla Taylor. Shalom to you, and thank you for being here, my sister queen, as well as our good Butu. Shout out to you, and shout out to our good brother Black RU. Thank you for your your Cash App. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contributions as always, good brother. Much love to you, and much appreciations. Our good brother Jesse Paris is in the building. Much love to you, and thank you for being here as well, my good brother. And like I said, can't wait to have you on. We're going to get you on to talk about your platform out there in Colorado, because our good brother is running for office, in case you all did not know. Shout out to our sister Shelly in the building. Much love to you, my sister queen. Thank you for being here. Ramses, the FBA, is in the building. Much love to you, and thank you for being here, family, as well as Leonard De Yuda in the building, my good brother. Thank you for being here. Much love to you, as always. Our brother Isaac Holloway is in the building. Much love to you, my good brother. Thank you for being here. Our sister Astarte Jones is in the building. Much love to you, my sister queen, and thank you for being here as well. Our good brother Trey Parks is in the building. Much love to you, and thank you for being here, good brother. Our brother Zavon Scott is in the building. Much love to you, and thank you for being here. Our good sister Queen Black Spider is in the building. Much love to you, and thank you for being here, my sister queen. Our sister Brenda Thomas is in the building. Much love to you, my sister queen. Thank you for being here. Our good brother A.O. is in the building. B1 salute to you, my good brother, and thank you for being here. J.M. Bondoom is in the building. I love saying that name. It feels like it gives me energy. J.M. Bondoom is in the building. Much love to you, and thank you for being here, my good brother. Lee Robinson is in the building. Much love to you, and thank you for being here, as well as our sister queen Key Prince is in the building. Much love to you, my sister queen, and thank you for being here. Andrea Third Eye Watching is in the building. Much love to you, my sister queen, and thank you for being here. It's always a pleasure to see you in the building. Our good brother Crew Reality is in the building. Much love to you, and thank you for being here, my good brother. Our sister Kim Brown is in the building. Much love to you, and thank you for being here. Our family Reparations Nation is in the building, my warrior brother. Much love to you, and thank you for being here, as always, good brother. Gigi is in the building. Thank you for being here, my sister, as well as Jay in the building. Much love to you, and thank you for being here, family. GG and JJ. Our good brother Cosima Fury in the building. B1 salute to you, my good brother. Thank you for being here. And it looks like, let's see, make sure I got everybody. Our good brother Claude Nilly Francis Amos is in the building. Much love to you, and thank you all for being here, as well as our sister Cooking with Miss D in the building. Much love to you all, and thank you for being here, and thank you for lending me a percentage of your time today. Now, I got to pull this up here because As soon as I put up this thumbnail, my cousin texted me, was like, hey, bro, who are these folks that you've replaced in this thumbnail? So let me go ahead and pull it up. I know this is tiny, but I'll try to, well, I can't extend it, but this is the thumbnail here. This is Al Sharpton. I'm a DBZ fan, for all those who know about the DBZ. All right. I'm a Dragon Ball fan. So I thought today, since the saga had to continue over the past couple of, broadcasts, I was like, let me go ahead and do it in a DBZ style. Very fun, very entertaining. Like, shout out to Estelle Gray. Shalom to you. Thank you for being here. However, a lot of folks, like I said, my cousin, he was the first person to ask me, and then my niece, she hit me up a little bit later, was like, hey, who are these people in the thumbnail? This is not Dragon Ball. And I'm like, well, technically it is. So this person right here, this is Al Sharpton as Dr. Jarreau. This is Roly Poly Martin as Frieza right before, when Frieza got his ass kicked, right? And he was so pissed off that he was going to explode the planet by, expanding himself so large that it would be this spontaneous combustion that would take out the whole planet. And Goku sent them over to King Kai's planet. Yeah, that right there, that's Roly Poly Martin doing the same thing. Because when Roly Poly gets so heated, when he gets mad, he beeps and his whole face turn red and his face start expanding. You start seeing his fourth chin and his fifth chin and his sixth chin. So I was like, that would be a great person to put Roly Poly Martin as. Now, everybody else, as y'all see the Ginyu Force here, this right here is Ayanna Presley. And out of everybody that, I put in the Ginyu Force, this person right here, Ayanna Presley, is the number one that actually looks like she deserves to be there. She looks like she actually deserves to be in the Ginyu Force. She looks like, and actually the damn cartoon looked dead on to Ayanna Presley that we know and hate. Well, dislike. Hate is a strong word. So here, right here at the top, you got Kristen Clark. You got the House Whip of the Democratic Party. Here you got Jasmine Crockpot, and right under her, who's on her team? James Tallarico. Yeah, you got to do that. But this one right here, and I got to make sure I say this. AI. I told AI what to do. AI put it together. The Kunyu Force. Shout out to our brother Leonardo Yuda. The Kunyu Force. That works out a lot better. I told AI, I told chat, I said, hey, I want you to create this style of a picture. And I want you to put these names into these positions. I told ChatGPT, I said, I need you to make Hakeem Jeffries Captain Ginyu. And ChatGPT not only said, all right, we're going to take Hakeem Jeffries' face, but it merged it into Captain Ginyu, so it just looks like Captain Ginyu off the bat. So Captain Kunyu is Hakeem Jeffries, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you guys enjoyed this breakdown of the thumbnail, because like I said, as soon as I thought of it, I had fun in my head. I was like, yeah, let's make Al Sharpton the oldest dude out of the whole series. Yeah, we're gonna make him Dr. God dang it, I'm spacing on this name now. Anyway, shout out to everybody who enjoys it. Shout out to my cousin who made me say, you know what, let me explain this when we go on as well. Now, let's get to what we came here to do, shall we? Because we got a lot to do. Not a lot to go through, but a lot to do. Al Sharpton, and we're going to start off with Al. Al Sharpton did not like what our good brother Melrose Mike had to say. Shout out to Melrose Radio once again. But I want you to see what Dr. Giroux, thank you. I was spacing like hell on that man's name. I want you to see what some other elders had to say about the situation. Let's go here. This is our good brother Melrose when he said what he had to say. I'll play it again, but first I would like to read what this FBA elder had to say. And this is from T. Dudley. It says, I had no idea that our young folks, 40 and under, were politically astute as they are. Though many of them are not carrying themselves in the manner in which their elders, that makes their elders proud, the lot of them are in the right mindset concerning our policies. And I got to give a shout out to this elder. And I'm going to call this person an elder because the person understands that at the end of the day, we're on the right track and we're here to represent for our people. My only pushback to this elder is, what is carrying ourselves in the way that'll make an elder proud? If you're talking about the way we dress, this isn't the 60s and 50s and 40s or anything like that. If you're talking about the way we move, this isn't the 60s, 50s, 40s, or anything like that. If you're talking about the way that we are on code 100% full when it comes down to standing up for each other, that's because we look back to the 50s, 60s, and 70s. Well, really farther than the 60s, 70s, 50s, 40s, all of that. If you're talking about the fact that we don't conduct ourselves in the same manner as people from the olden age, well, that's because we saw what does and what doesn't work. And we have the benefit of hindsight thanks to you all. And this isn't a slight. This isn't a bad thing. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. It's actually a good thing. We actually have the benefit of hindsight due to you all. All the things that you guys had to deal with, all the things that you guys have done, all the things that you guys have pushed forward in the way that you pushed them forward. We have the benefit of hindsight. We get to look back. We get to see all the things that you've done, what worked, what didn't work, what we still need and what we don't need. And we're able to push that narrative. I want to be very clear when I say this. The new generation is what we are today is because of the fact that we're able to look back and look at the elder generation that actually put in work. The elder generation that may not have seen what was going to come down the pipeline. So now we can see what's coming down the pipeline because you have paved the way for us to see what they're doing for everyone else. And since you paved the way, our streets should be paved in gold. But yet everybody else's streets are paved in gold while ours don't even have any concrete. So I appreciate the elder for understanding. But we are carrying ourselves in a way that makes our elders proud. Maybe not the ones who are walking around at this point in time, but the ancestors are elated. The ancestors are screaming and dancing to a whole jig that you ain't never heard. Because we created a new jig. We created a new form. The way we're moving right now is like how we were moving when we created a form of music. No matter what form of music you say, you could say whether it was folk music, whether it was country music, whether it was hip hop, R&B, jazz, anything. This is the energy that you had to have in order to be a creator. And this generation has this energy because we see how our elders have been treated, even though they've been voting for 60 plus years for a certain goddamn party. because we're able to look back and see how our community has been treated and bamboozled and swindled over the past 60 years when we've been voting for a particular party. We've been able to look back and see all the people who stood on the goddamn business of the time, who are still here, who was still here and couldn't even get a redress, couldn't get reparations, because the same Democratic Party that used their faces, used their history to galvanize black folks to get votes, turned their backs on them. When the Supreme Court decided to go after Miranda rights, Joe Biden's DOJ sent the amethyst brief over to the courts and said, yeah, we're in favor of this. When our elders, 100 years old, 101 years old, 102 years old, 103, 104, 105, 106 years old, is that the Supreme Court trying to get reparations for what happened to them in Tulsa, Oklahoma. We ain't see anything from Biden. We ain't see anything from the Democrats. So yeah, we are able to look back and shout out to Faith Speaks Life. Thank you for your Cashapp donation. Your donation is blessed tenfold. And I appreciate your contribution as always, my good sister. We're able to look back and say never again. And that's due to the work that was done by our elders before us. So while it is an honor for one of the elders to say, hey, you guys are standing on business when it comes down to the right mindset of politics, that's an honor. Thank you for saying that. Appreciate it. But let me also say this with no disrespect. It's because we were able to look back and see what wasn't done there. Whether it was your fault or not, we were able to look back and say, okay, we could do this differently. We could stand on 10 toes about this message, but we're going to move this message a lot differently than we did in the past. And that way we can make sure there is no people that can be shoehorned in. That way we can make sure that there is nobody that can be minoritied into our benefits. So we can make sure that our children and our children's children and our children's children's children will know not only did we stand on business, but they know it's their turn for whatever the situation may have you during the time in their day. Because it'll never be over. Even when we get reparations, the next generation are still owed a form of reparations, because we may get reparations for, all the unpaid labor from slavery. The next generation may get reparations for all of the things that was taken from us from the time of the black codes all the way through Jim Crow. The next generation may be fighting for reparations for everything that happened to the foundation of Black Americans while under Biden and the Democrats. Every generation should have a different fight in order to make sure our people, our generations, see the future and see tomorrow. So I say this, we're here to do our job here today, so that our children won't have to do it tomorrow. And with that, let me go ahead and remind everybody what our good brother had to say.
Briefly, we have to get going in one moment. Step up, tell us your name, and briefly, what's on your mind?
Hey, yo, as I look around this room, If you're 35 years old or younger, raise your hand. 4 people. So here's the thing. Y'all in trouble. Yesterday you had Al Green up here talking about we need a Secretary of Reconciliation, and then that's going to include what he said was reparations, which, by the way, wasn't reparations. Reparations is more than a check, but the very first thing it is a check. And come this year during the midterms and in 2028, if you don't have our check, you won't get no vote. No check, no vote. Yeah, I know that ain't what you want to hear, but that's what's happening. All of y'all in here, with all due respect, you're beautiful, but you're old. You're not talking to the youth. You don't know how to talk to the youth. You're trying to tell us what to do. We're not having it no more. So if you want our vote, you got to come with our paper. We're not scared of Trump. We're not scared of anybody. Biden is a racist. Trump is a racist. Kamala is a racist. And if you don't have our money, you don't get our vote. Yeah, not. Who are you? Oh, all right, yeah, so like I was saying, I'm going to land my plane right there, but the Democrats are no better than the Republicans. No check, no vote. Y'all take care. And somebody get my man a tissue. He need a tissue.
Thank you. First, let me clarify something. There are many young people that are part of the National Action Network. I happen to be one of them. They look old.
Once again, shout out to our good brother Melrose Mike, and much love to every single person that stood on business that was there. Now, let me give a B1 salute to our good brother A.O. Thank you for your Cash App donation. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contributions as always, my good brother. And you and me both, my good brother. I also love it. I'm over here in my blue chucked out Taylors singing goddamn East Siders. I love it. Shout out to our good brother. Exactly, my brother Black Are You, the Non-Action Network. Now, because our good brother stood on business and people are seeing this and they're giving much love and respect to our good brother, and not just to our good brother, but to the youth, the under 40 generation, apparently. You know that Al Sharpton, Dr. Giroux himself, had to come out and he had to make some statements. He made his statements at the NAN conference, at the Non-Action Network conference, and it just so happened Non-Action Network, when you read it out, it's still NAN, like nah. You ain't getting it, right? He had to leave and went to his radio show. Now, family, I went through stabbing myself in the chest because I listened to this whole broadcast that he did. Oh, man, family, when I say it had me cringing all the way through, I do this for the family, though. So, God dang it, I sat there and cringed. And one of the things that I cringed about, and I got to show y'all this first before we get into the situation with Al. When our good brother Melrose Mike was on my broadcast, we asked who was it that needed the tissue. And our brother was telling us about the brother in the wheelchair. He was either leaking from his nose or he had like snot running down his nose. And oh yeah, yes, my sister, Miss Niecy, I got you. We gonna get there. We definitely gonna get there. But we spoke about how the Democratic Party had a lot of people who were disabled there at that conference. And I spoke with our brother, and I explained how I've always been under the belief that the Democratic Party targets the disabled and mentally challenged. And I'm not just saying everybody that supports the Democrat is disabled or mentally challenged. I'm saying that those are the people who they tend to target the most, because it's easily They're easily manipulated, whether it's by their disability or whether it's by their mental issues, right? And that's why they try to keep foundational Black Americans so hyper emotional, is to make sure that you're so emotional that they can basically use witchcraft on you and tell you what to think. An emotional mind, I say this all the time, and I got a t-shirt coming, I'm working on it right now. An emotional mind is an easily manipulated mind. I say that to say this. While going through Al Sharpton's broadcast, I came across his commercials, and shout out to our brother Afro Elite. He had already warned us when he did his broadcast that there would be a lot of commercials. Al Sharpton has more commercials than Roly Poly. And I took that and I put it in my memory bank like, okay, prepare for this because there's going to be a lot of commercials. I was not prepared for as many commercials as this man had. Like, Afro, I appreciate you warning us about the situation, but god dang it, you should have told me a buttload. You should have told us a buttload of commercials, because this was a buttload of commercials. But I'm glad that I watched them, because there was one commercial that proved not only my point, but our good brother Melrose Mike's point as well, where they're using an elder in order to push a nonsensical agenda that we already have. So I want to bring you here. This is directly from Al Sharpton's broadcast. And before I play this, let me go ahead and cover all the bases once again, because you know how these people love to get, especially because we're going to be covering him and god dang Snorlax on this episode. So let's get into it, shall we?
Warning. Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Nonprofit, educational, or personal use tips the balance in favor of fair use.
Now let's get into it, because they tried to use another elder to basically push their nonsensical agenda. Let's continue. Shout out to our sister Hurricane Nisi, a real elder. And I'm not saying the person that they went and used isn't a real elder. I'm saying that she's not understanding how she's being used. And if she does, then we'll discuss that at a different time. But shout out to our elder, Miss Nisi. She says, we elders in the chat wholeheartedly 100% support our FBA younger generation doing the work. Much love to you and anybody who is in the elder range and don't think that you got to be old to be an elder. You have to be older than, the younger generation, but you don't got to be up there. You can be a little bit older than me. You 50 years old, you're an elder. So shout out to each and every one of you who stand on business with us. Whenever we talk about the old niggas, just know we ain't talking about you. We know the difference between an older and an elder. And y'all show it every day of the week. So be one salute to each and every one of you with all sincerity in my heart. Now, let's get over here to this commercial, shall we? Family, I hope you didn't just get finished eating. Hold your stomach if you did, because this is going to make you cringe on top of cringe. Hey, yo, says I'm 46. He's in the unk range. Shout out to our brother AO. See, AO, you would be my elder. You dig me? I still got a year before I hit the big 4-0. So shout out to you. You dig me? Isaac said 58 up in the building. All right. Our sister, Miss Nisi says 62. My mom turned 64 on Wednesday. So shout out to the both of you, my sister and my mama. So shout out. Let's get into it, family.
Voting rights. Everyone look here. Say it again, Ms. Pearl. Voting rights. Voting rights. One more time, Ms. Pearl. Voting rights. There we go. Voting rights. Voting rights. Voting rights. Voting rights. Voting rights. When do we want it? Now. When do we need it? Now. Yesterday. What do we want? Voting rights. When do we need it? Now. What do we want? Voting rights. When do we need it? Now.
Now, family, do y'all see how they got our elder out there using her to support, quote unquote, voting rights? And all the stuff that they're talking, the voting rights. When do we need it? Now. What do we want? Voters' rights. When do we need it? Now. These are the same things that our elder was marching for in her day. And now y'all willing her out here as if we don't have voting rights at this point in time. To be honest with you, when Biden was in office and y'all had the House, the Senate, and the presidency, y'all could have made sure to codify the voters' rights. When you had a supermajority with Obama, you could have made sure to codify it then. But now you're running around here still trying to push the same talking points 60 years ago, from 60 years ago, while having these cooning ass smiles on your face, standing next to J.B. Pritzker. And I'm going to run it back. I want you to see how egregious this is, family.
Voting rights. Voting rights. Everyone look here. Say it again, Ms. Pearl. Voting rights. Voting rights.
Who's to say that Ms. Pearl is even aware of her surroundings? They might have told Ms. Pearl that she's still marching on the Pettus Bridge from 1960s. They might be telling her that she's still in the 1960s. This is how disrespectful these people are. Because when y'all had the opportunities to make sure she never had to come out on that bridge again, you guys ignored every interest that foundational Black America has. You're disrespectful because you have a tether right there pushing her as if he has the same interests as her grandchildren. Let me say that again for all the nincompoops in the back of the classroom who's too afraid to come sit up in the front of the class because they might learn something. It is egregious that you have this tether pushing around our elder as if this tether has the same interests that our elder's grandchildren has. Because he doesn't. And none of these people who stand behind her does. None of them, especially J.B. Pritzker, who is sitting there flooding Chicago along with Brandon Johnson, flooding Chicago with a bunch of illegals and putting them specifically in the foundational Black American community. Damn these people. This is egregious. This is demonic. The man who stands behind her, who wouldn't even sign the study for reparations as the governor of Maryland. This is egregious. But yet, they can push her across a bridge and tell her to scream out voters' rights, voting rights, voting rights. Something y'all should have been taken care of. Y'all had over goddamn 3 Democrats in the past 20 years. And none of you did a damn thing. But for all the people who ride the short bus, who wears the helmet, who don't understand why they never get anything done for us, it's because they want to use us as an issue every damn election cycle. If they actually take care of an issue that you have, then what need do you have of them? Hey, Miss Nisi, if you tell them that your issue is you want to make sure healthcare is good enough, it is cheap enough so that foundational Black Americans can be insured, so that we don't have all the issues we have in the medical field. And your politician actually gets that done, and you don't have any other issues, then what do you need that politician for in the next year? Would you need that politician? See, a level-headed minded person would say, yes. Yes, I would need that politician. Because I know what he is, and I know that he's a liar and a manipulator, but as long as he's getting things done that I tell him to get done, then he is a useful tool, and we shall keep him around. In the very same way that white supremacy keep all around their useful tools, and after the useful tools are done being useful tools, white supremacy breaks its tools. Shout out to Professor Black Truth. So if Ms. Nisi says, hey, I need you to get something done with these medical situations for foundational Black Americans, and one of these politicians actually go and get it done, that would actually benefit them more. Because then the community can see, hey, that person actually works for us. If that person works for us, then he understands as long as he's working for us, as long as she's working for us, as long as it's working for us, then we'll continue to put you back in the office, because it is a quid pro quo. You know, what works for us, then hey, we might, consider keeping you in there. But that doesn't work in the mind of the politician. That doesn't work in the mind of the tether. It doesn't work in the mind of anybody who's a part of the Democratic Party, because in their minds is, if we fix whatever issues they have in the Black community, if we fix any of the interest problems that they have within foundational Black America, then when we need them again, they might not come back to us because we've already fixed their issues. Like how the Latinos do us. Like how all these immigrant groups that we bring in do us. Family, you got to understand why these people do the same play over and over and over on us, as if we're never going to see it. But thank God for our ancestors. Thank God for the elders that fought from the civil rights generation to lead us to where we are today, where we get to stand on their shoulders and say, hey, no. Do you need Matumbo? No. You're not getting through here until you do something for the community in which put you in the office. So, to Al Sharpton, to Wes Moore, Les Moore, And to any other black Democrat who's standing on this goddamn screen, if you think that you did anything with this picture, let me let you know right off the back, right up front, you have not. And every time we see it, we're going to look at all of you and we're going to think to ourselves,
you's a cool nigga.
And with JB Prisker standing there and these other Nabiscos standing there acting as if they stand on our square with us. No. All we're going to do is look at Lesmore. We're going to look at Al Sharpton, and we're going to say,
Massa, is we sick, Massa?
Yeah, that's how you moving around. Exactly, my sister. FBA regulator season in full effect. Now, I see it in the chat and I must oblige because we got to get into the Al Sharpton situation, his broadcast. Shout out to the family. But now it's time.
Send in the clowns.
Let's move over here to Al Sharpton's god dang broadcast, shall we? Sharpton. So I want to first, we're not even going to listen to the whole broadcast. We're going to go directly to the phone lines, and there's certain clips that I've written down the timestamps for. We're going to talk about. I want you to first hear the type of people that was calling in. So let's go here.
Hello.
Yeah, how you doing, Rev? Yeah, what's up, Al? My
good.
point is Donald Trump is a racist, right?
Right.
But you gotta know Biden is a racist, Kamala Harris is a racist, and the rest of these Democrats in New York City is a racist. Ms. Hochul.
Well, what? How do you define racist?
You know what a racist is, Al. You run around.
No. Don't double talk.
Now notice. Anybody and everybody knows what a racist is. All of a sudden, when you're calling out the racism within the Democratic Party, all of a sudden, these people don't know what a racist is. Well, how do you define a racist? And the brother said, come on, Al, you know what a racist is. No, but how do you define a racist? Kamala Harris targeted foundational Black American communities while being the AG of California. That's a racist. When brought up to her, people brought it up to her, she laughed about it. That's a racist. When people bring up Cherie Peoples, and shout out to our good sister Cherie, because she is a good sister, just trying to fight her way and make sure her baby is healthy. When people bring up our good sister Cherie Peoples to you, you laughed. That's a racist. Al, if I got to go down the list to you and explain to you what racism is when you have been a race hustler your entire career, where people used to hire you to cause racial issues so that their competitors would have to deal with the racist element of them being racist, don't talk to us about what is racism in our eyes. You know what racism is. You know what it is. Shout out to our good brother Snatch Adams in the building, as well as our sister M. Hampton in the building. And let me take a little time to our good brother Breeze Omega in the building. Much love to you, as well as Rael in the building. Much love to you all. Thank you all for being here. Gotta take a little time out to say what's up to the family. Storm Randall in the building. Much love to you and thank you for being here as well. Gotta have the family energy in this. We gotta have it. Now, let's let them continue, shall we? Our sister Key Prince says, command me cosplay as a Black American Indian has a caste system. India, has a caste system that they are trying to make permanent here. My sister, hold up. And they're trying to put us in that caste system as the underclass forever. And they got us messed the hell up. Absolutely, my sister Queen. Thank you for that comment. They continue to parade Kamala around. We don't care. And I'm with you 100% fold, my sister Aquarius. I'm with you 100% fold. Now, let's let Al continue, shall we?
You made a statement that they're racist. How do you define racist?
Joe Biden cracked open the floodgates and put a bunch of illegals in Black communities. You know what? I've been wanting to talk about this for a second. Let's take a detour. Do anybody think about, and I do this periodically, like before I go to sleep, I think about the past and I think about policies that are being implemented today. And I think about those past issues and say, well, how did they stop us from being able to be so successful in the past? And last night, as I laid down and I almost went to sleep because I was damn near asleep. And I guess you could say I was in my REM sleep mode where you're just about to fall asleep, but you ain't there yet. Right before I passed out, I had a vision. And it was of Tulsa. It was of Seneca Village. It was of Lake Lanier, or what I call Camp Crystal Lake. It was of Africatown. And in the vision, I saw the bombings. I saw the hate-filled riots. I saw all of it. I saw our people getting taken to jail and held there until after the towns were leveled to the ground. I saw all of it. And then it was like a blur that fast forwarded me into present day. And I saw how our communities are torn down. I saw how our communities are deprived. And I saw how our communities are targeted. And then it kind of went back like a rewind, and it stopped in between the past and the future or the present day. And I was able to see the floodgates being opened for all these immigrants, the floodgates being opened into our communities while depriving them from being able to open businesses in white communities. I saw the floodgates being opened by the government, explaining to these people that if you have a business, we will give you citizenship. However, we get to say where you place that business. All of this I saw before I went to sleep. And because I saw that before I was falling asleep, it shook me right out of my sleep, and I was able to write this down. I was able to take into account everything that I saw. And at the end of the day, I was able to come to the conclusion. I was able to look over what I saw in my dream and deduce that they saw what we can do when there is no interference. But they also saw the type of turn up that happens when there is an interference, because we wasn't just laying down. Most of the reason why the government had to get involved with Tulsa, Oklahoma, the reason why the government had to give a permission and authority for bombs to be dropped on us is because of the fact we wasn't just letting these people run over us. We wasn't letting these people run us out of our communities. We wasn't letting them do anything to us. We was riding while they was trying to, do these racial type of riots. We was holding it down. So they looked at the past, they looked at the present, they said, hey, we understand that we cannot let them get there again because Black Wall Street was more successful than White Wall Street. Black Wall Street had more money than White Wall Street. Black Wall Street did not have to outgauge any type of situation with a Nabisco. As a matter of fact, Black Wall Street was getting together to do international trades all over the world, just within Black Wall Street in itself. So when they saw that, they knew we cannot leave these people to their own devices. We cannot leave these people to practice group economics. We can't leave these people to do so. But we also can't be so blatant. We also can't be so blatant. We also cannot be so blatant to send in our government troops in order to eliminate these people, because we're going to be showing the world that we have no soft power. We're going to be showing the world that we're more concerned with what's going on in the foundational Black American community, because they are the leaders of the world. So we cannot allow people to look at us as the enemy of our own citizens. So we need to figure out exactly how we can stop them from being self-progressive while not putting our hands on it together. And they came up with the idea, oh, that's right, we have this 1965 Immigration Act that these Negroes fought for. That these Negroes said, hey, we're not going to allow you to keep pulling people into America that isn't pro-Black, that isn't Black at all. They're anti-Black, and they're going to continue to be anti-Black. And you're only seeming to pull from these Nabisco countries. We want equal footing across the board. So since these Negroes want that equal footing, let's give them equal footing. But we're going to pick and selectively choose which one of these Negroes from these countries we're going to grab over. And not only we're going to grab them over, we're going to make sure that they have the ability to build businesses in their communities, in foundational Black Americans communities. And that way, foundational Black Americans can't go and build those businesses. We'll make sure the foundational Black Americans are deprived of any type of resources to go and build businesses. We'll make sure as soon as the immigrant touched down over here, we will make sure he has all kinds of resources to go into these communities and build up their communities. Not foundational Black Americans, but their own specific communities. So little Haiti, little Jamaica, little Africa, all of these communities will be able to build themselves up off of foundational Black Americans. And we won't even stop there. We're going to bring in these Asians and let the Asians do the same thing. We're going to bring in the Mexicans and the Latinos and let them do the same exact thing. This has been the game plan. So when Al Sharpton says, you're saying racism, what is your definition of racism? The whole history of the Democratic Party is racism. Just like the Republican Party, the Republican Party, the Republican Party. Shout out to our brother Ayo. Yes, that is third eye wisdom. That is something that came from the Most High directly before I went to sleep last night. And that's why it was 100% meant for me to bring it here today. You see, the Most High moves in the way the Most High moves. And when you have a relationship with the Most High, you know the certain things that the Most High does at the certain times that the Most High does it is for a reason. And that reason for me, especially when the next day I was going to come and chill with the family and have these conversations, yeah, that reason was to bring it to the family so that it cannot be misunderstood. This has been, like our sister Aquarius say, this has been built by design. This has been the gameplay. And this is why you see all of these Democrats, all of these Democratic shills coming out trying to go against us, because it is quite literally the only thing that stops us from building within our own is opening the door for everybody damn else. But let's let them continue, shall we?
Hello?
Donald Trump is doing a lot for the black community.
Wait a minute. Wait, I asked you a question. You can't answer the question, then don't make a statement that you came back up. How? Third time. How do you define a racist?
You know what a racist is.
Okay, let's go to the next call. No, you don't know what a racist is, obviously. I gave you 3 times, and you can't answer it. See, that's why I like people to call like that, because they expose themselves. Now, you go call Donald Trump and Kamala Harris and Joe Biden, everybody a racist, but you can't tell me what a racist is.
Yeah, hey, Al, you're going live tomorrow, every Monday, from 1 to 4, I believe I saw. Be ready for my call. Be ready for my call, good sir. Because I can explain directly how all of them are racist. Y'all like to bring up Donald Trump and the whole situation that happened with the Central Park 5, but the fact of the matter is, that was all Democrats pushing that. And we're going to talk about something else that's happening in New York that the Democrats are responsible for because they sit over New York. But put a pin in that. We'll get back to it. Let me touch these super chats real quick before we let him continue. Shout out to our good brother Snatch Adams in the building once again. Much love to you, and thank you for your super chat. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution as always. Good sir. Give me 1 second. Let me drink this water. All right. We, the foundation, still live under an apartheid in this nation. We, the foundation, still live under apartheid in this nation. That is a bar in itself. It's like slavery, i.e. the 13th Amendment, never ended. It just became quieter, like white supremacy. Shout out to our good brother Snatch Adams. Thank you for your super chat and thank you for your comment. You are absolutely correct. You are absolutely correct. And shout out to our good brother Claude, Nilly, Francis, Amos in the building. Much love to you and thank you for your contribution as well. I appreciate your super chat. Your donation is blessed tenfold. And I appreciate all your contributions. Now, racism / the system of white supremacy, SWS, equals mistreatment. The SWS means dominating and mistreating people based on color in all categories, in all areas of people activity. Neely Fuller Jr., shout out. I say all categories, but yeah, it is all areas. You're absolutely correct. Shout out to our good brother for that as well. Now, let's let him continue.
Come on. Thank you for your call. Let's go to, and you can call anytime, but you can't make a statement here, brother, that you can't be questioned on. Because I'm not going to say anything out my mouth that I cannot tell you what I'm saying it for. And you,
Al, you said many things out of your mouth and you have been questioned many times over, and you don't answer the question ever. You know, like you being a goddamn informant. In my eyes, I wasn't an informant. In my eyes, I was working against the gangsters in the. But you was working with the gangsters against your own community. You was working with the gangsters to sell drugs in your community. You was working with the gangsters to keep people who look like you out of the drug game in your community. To make sure that the gangsters had a monopoly over the drug game. Al, we're not going to have this. We're not going to play. Not here today. No. This is Sunday service. Now, Al, continue.
You're welcome. It's your show. You're welcome to call, but you can't say nothing you ain't gonna back up, because I don't understand how Kamala Harris, a black woman from Caribbean and Indian descent, is a racist. Racist against who? White folks? I mean,
she is a woman from Jamaica. She is not a black woman from Jamaica. She is a woman from Jamaica. And it doesn't matter even if she was a black woman from Jamaica. We see anti-black racism from these melanated mops all damn day. Al? The fact that she, and this is my point, this is what irritates me, and I'm going to bring this up when I call in on Monday. Al? I hope that you're listening. I'm giving you the gameplay so that you can get your talking points ready, so I can shut your talking points down, Al. You're going to end up hanging up the phone on me. Kamala Harris targeted the black community as Attorney General of California, and y'all refuse to bring that up. Y'all refuse to talk about her targeting black parents. Y'all refuse to talk about her keeping people in jail so that she can have cheap slave labor. Y'all refuse to talk about how she kept people in jail in order to keep them working as firefighters to fight the California fires in the goddamn mountains out there for $1 a day. You refuse to talk about how she blocked evidence that would have freed a brother of ours off of the goddamn death row. You refuse to talk about her anti-blackness, but then want to say, how is she anti-black? How is she racist? When you all refuse to talk about it. Oh, Al, I hope that you're writing down these talking points, because I got something to combat everything you got to say about those talking points. Because I'm from California. And it's going to take a Californian to shoot that chick right back out of the sky like the bird bitch that she is. Did he just call Kamala Harris a bitch? I did just call Kamala Harris a bird bitch. Respect it or check it, because you ain't going to be able to check it. So you might as well just respect it. Yeah. See, Californians know about that bird bitch. We know about Lowdown, Willie Brown's favorite little chew toy. We know about Montel Williams. I don't know why I always get those two confused. Montel Williams' little busted baby. Oh, we know, Al. You're not going to be able to have conversations with a real Californian. Not one of those bootlick, tap dancing Democratic shields, somebody who really care about California. You ain't going to be able to have a conversation with me. Oh, my brother Rashad. Shout out to our good brother Rashad Wallace. Much love to you, and thank you for being here as well, my good brother. Shalom to you. Heels up, Harris. Family, hold on. Hold up. That deserves. Heels up, Harris. Oh, man. Head Down Harris. Oh man, yes. In California, we know exactly who the hell she is, Al. So you can't talk to us in the way you talk to the rest of the United States as if we don't have personal experiences with Head Down Harris, Heels Up Harris. You need to sit down, Mr. Bobblehead, Skeletor, Dr. Giroux. And I'm not talking about Al Giroux when I say Dr. Giroux. Shout out to Al Giroux, one of the most underrated singers in the world. Y'all don't know nothing about no Al Giroux up in here. We're in this love together. We got the kind that brings to mind a favorite song. Don't get me started on the Al Giroux. That's one of my favorite singers as well. Anyway, I digress. Family, you know this is an FBA affair. This is an FBA affair. All the FBAs are in here. And we're going to have some fun while we G-check these fools. That is 100-fold. Exactly, from Milwaukee. Shout out to Milwaukee. The scat man himself. Peace to Gregory Hines as well. You are absolutely right. Shout out to Gregory Hines. One of my favorite songs that Gregory Hines was on. It's a song that he did with Luther Vandross. That was my joint. Period, point in black. Y'all can't tell me nothing about those songs at all. Anyway, I digress, family. I digress. Now, oh man, family. Exactly. Nothing better than love. What in the world could you ever be thinking of? Is better by far. So let yourself reach for that star, and then no matter how far, to the one you love, to love. Don't play FBA all day up in this piece, god dang it. Classics. Nothing but the hits, nothing but the hits, nothing but the mother-loving hits. God dang it. Let me get back to the subject because I digress. When we get into that music, you already know, family. Anyway, let's get back to Knock 'em Down Knees Harris. You dig me? Californians know about her. You're not going to be able to change what the hell we say nor know about that woman. Let's be very, very clear, Al. We know what racism is, and we know what anti-black racism is, to be more specific. Don't hit me on that church. Quick to hit a no. You know I am, especially when my vocals are working right. You know what I mean? If I wasn't up all night or working and stuff, and my vocals is actually hitting the way it's supposed to hit, yeah, I'll hit a note or two. You know what I mean? Shout out to our good brother Dewan B. He's like me. That brother will go into a song with the quickness. That's one of the things I love about that brother's channel. He don't just bring the goddamn music history. He ain't just a historian. That brother will bring out a song with the quickness. Much love to you guys. Much love to our brother Dewan as well. Excuse me. Let's continue. Let's let Al continue because I am digressing. Shout out to our sister Sean C in the building. Much love to you, as well as our good brother DVS, my dark-skinned brother in the building. Much love to you, and thank you both for being here, as well as our sister Anita Harrell. Shalom to you, my sister queen, and thank you for being here as well. Family. Oh, our good brother Ach is also in the building. Much love to you, and thank you for being here as well. Let's continue. Swallow the Harris bird. That is Cole Bean, Savon. That is Cole Bean. The swallow Harris bird. You can only find her around San Juan Capistrano. You know what I'm saying? That's where you find all the swallows. Anyway, let me digress. Let me go back. Let's continue, family. I apologize.
I need to know what you're saying. Let's take a break. Be right back. She can't be a racist against herself. So you saying she's anti-white? I mean, what are you saying?
Notice what he just said there, family. He said she can't be a racist towards herself. So what are you saying? She's anti-white? Being anti-white is not racism. It isn't racist. Being anti-white. And let me, for all of you old heads in the back that still listen to people such as Al Sharpton and Roly Poly Martin, aka Snorlax, let me give you the proper definition of racism. The Oxford's Dictionary lets you know clear as day, racism is prejudice plus power. Let me say that again. Racism is prejudice plus power. Someone saying something that a Nabisco don't like doesn't make that person racist, because that person, depending on who says it, doesn't have the power backing up his prejudice. It is that simple. So a racist is somebody who is prejudiced, who has the system backing their prejudice with the power of the system. Someone who's racist is someone who is prejudiced, who backs up that prejudice with the power of the system. Foundational Black Americans don't have the power of the system. Foundational Black Americans don't have a system in which we can actually hinder or harm anybody else. So we are not racist. Now, if you're saying prejudiced, then yeah, you can absolutely be prejudiced. Everybody got some sort of prejudice. But notice he had tried to put that onto Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris is a part of the white supremacist system. Her family does tie back into the Caucasoids. Her family does benefit from the system of anti-Black racism. Her family has owned slaves and things like that. So when you talk about Kamala Harris, she is a racist. Versus the foundational Black American, we cannot be racist. We can be prejudiced all day. I can dislike a goddamn Indian, red dot. I can dislike a Native American so-called. I can dislike a Hispanic, a freaking Latino, a Mexican. I can dislike a Cuban, a Caribbean, or anything like that. Do I have the power to enforce my prejudice? The answer to that is going to be no. Putin's Mexicans, absolutely, my good brother. Putin's Mexicans, the so-called Native Americans. Let me get into these super chats real quick, and then we'll get back to what Al had to say, because, whew, man, there's a lot of nonsense here. Shout out to our good brother Iron Will in the building. Much love to you, my good brother, and thank you for being here as always. And thank you for your super chat. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution as always, my good brother. All these years with that perm. All these years with that perm has fried old Al's brain a long time ago. Shout out to our good brother I will for that. That man has had that perm since perm's been perming. He had a perm longer than any woman I've ever known. I agree with you, family. That perm has, I wonder if this man has ever caught a thyroid. This man has had perms for so damn long. That is crazy. Shout out to our good brother Snatch Adams once again for your super chat. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution as always, family church. That much mouth nigga. Why we should vote for Democrats without mentioning the Republicans are Democrat. Hey, I will ask that person. I will ask him that tomorrow. Much love to you, my good brother. I definitely will ask him that. Matter of fact, I'm going to write it down right now just to make sure that when I talk to him tomorrow, I ask that question. Give me 1 second. Yeah, why should we vote for the Democrats without mentioning Republicans? Absolutely. Now, shout out to you, family. Much love to you. And much love to our good brother John Son in the building. Thank you for being here, my good brother. Shalom to you, as always. And I appreciate your super chat. Thank you for your contribution. Your contribution is blessed tenfold. And I appreciate you, as always, my good brother. I give gratitude and respect to the family who has the patience to articulate to these people, because for me, it always comes out as F out of my face. Peace, y'all. Shout out to the good brother. And trust me, I understand. And that's why whenever I have to go through these either Roly Poly or Al Sharpton or any one of these like different broadcasts to bring to the family, I actually go through it because I know that it is a headache and a half to hear these people spewing the same nonsensical talking points over and over and over again. So that's why I do the whole time stamp situation, so we ain't got to go all through it and take all our time going through it as well. But much love to you, my good brother, because I want to make it as less stressful as possible when it comes to these people. And shout out to our sister Kim Brown for your super chat. Excuse me, your super chat is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contributions as always, my good sister. Hey, church, even in the word, together you see the word tether bar. Shout out to our sister. Even in the word together, you see the word tether. I love that. Shout out to you, my sister Kim. Much love to you, and thank you for being here. Now, let's head over to the next little time step that I got here, because like I said, it is extensive on these commercials and the nonsense that they're going to be bringing forth here. So let's go to 3637 here. I want you to hear the good, bad, and the ugly from this. Go ahead.
Young man asked everyone to raise their hands. Maggot. Oh, keeping it real. I am your host, Reverend Al Sharpton, this Wednesday. Opening up the phones and our message board. The message board is jumping today, and I'm going to try to get to as many as I can. I've got to go. Martise Chisholm's writing on our message board. She leads our chapter in Tennessee. She said, when I was sitting on the stage at the National Action Network convention, when the young man asked everyone to raise their hands, maggot is desperate. I want our young people to know vote is not a strategy. No vote is a surrender. The young people in my family will be voting in 2026 for their great-great-grandmother who lost her life in 1966 fighting for our right to vote. And
now, family, I want you to understand what's going on here, and I need you to be able to just pick apart what may and what may not be. When I listened to this the first time over, in my head, I was like, yeah, most of the people calling in, they're Democrat shills. Most of the people. And even if it sounds good, the person who sounds good may be a plant. I want you all to keep that in mind because we're going to go through these situations, and I want you to understand that these people are planting these type of, like that dang last comment. Excuse me. Hold on. This last comment here. This was put up 9 times out of the 10 by a Democratic shill, a plant. And I want to explain why. Well, I don't want to even explain it. Y'all probably can just see and tell. But let me break down why what she's saying here is bull stuff. She said no vote is a surrender. No, it isn't. Anybody who's taken a political science course and passed and became political scientists, I'm not just talking about civics. I'm talking about actually being a political scientist. That is my profession. I am a political scientist who is going into law. Anybody within political science should be able to tell you that whether you vote for the left or vote for the right, or you choose not to vote, all 3 things is a form of voting. Withholding your vote is a form of voting. Whether these people like to say it or not, you need to understand this. And I'm not talking to, the folks, my brothers and sisters here who already know this. I'm talking to everybody that will hear this later. Non-voting is still a form of voting because what you're doing is holding those people to account. And they count how many people don't vote every 2 years and every 4 years. And that's how we know the percentage of people who actually did vote, by counting the percentage of people who actually didn't. So that's why you will hear people in mainstream media who quite literally mentioned after Kamala lost that she lost to the couch, because many of us did not go out there and vote for any party. So the people who did not vote for any party, they have to calculate that. That is a vote in itself. That is a vote to say, I don't agree with either one of these people. Y'all got to work harder. You got to come correct. The couch won the vote. So you got beat by the couch. So no, a no vote is not a surrender. No vote means that you did not do your job to convince me to get off this couch. Let's be very, very, very clear about that. Shout out to our good sister Bad 72 in the building. Thank you for being here, my queen sister. And thank you for your Cash App donation. Your donation is blessed tenfold. And I appreciate your contribution as always, my queen sister. A no vote is a vote. That means I voted for the couch. I voted to remain neutral. In the very same way, when you go to the UN and you're able to abstain from the vote, abstaining from the vote is a vote, is it not? In Congress, if someone chooses to abstain from the vote, is that still a vote? You see all these people that run around and say, your ancestors died for your right to vote. I agree with, but I also agree that they died for our right not to vote as well. Our ancestors died for us to be able to fight the good fight. And if we can't get what we need out of these people who want our vote, what makes you think our ancestors would be sitting down, sitting up there, looking down on us, looking proud? Like, I'm just so proud that they went and cast that vote, even though it was for nothing. even though it was for nothing. I'm still proud that they cast that vote. No, our ancestors are looking down at us proud that we are refusing to give you our vote if you're not bringing nothing to our community. We're refusing to allow you guys to ignore us as the only people that's ever been your damn base. We're refusing to allow anybody to run up on us and try to shame us into voting when, god dang it, everybody else gets something out of voting but us. Yeah, this is what they don't want you to know, family. This is why they keep on trying to shame you rather than bring you some sort of policy for you. Another benign and neglect tactic. Another benign and neglect tactic. Shame them rather than give them what they're actually worth. Shout out to our sister Andrea Jones in the building, and thank you for your super chat. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contributions as always, my good sister. This is what these people are trying to get us to fall for. My youth will be voting for their great, 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 great grandmother who passed away so that they can vote. No. If you think that that was the reason why our ancestors was actually fighting just to be able to vote, you're clearly drinking too much of the Kool-Aid. You are. My ancestors looking around at all this fuck shit. Hey, I agree with you. I agree with you. MLK said, vote for your check. Stop playing with us. No check, no vote. Kamala been getting beat on the couch half of her adult life. It was only a matter of time before she was beat by one. She's been getting beat on the couch her whole life. That is wild. That is wild. You know, low down Willie Brown know all about beating it back on the couch. You know what I mean? He never took it home because he was a married man. You know what I mean? No check, no vote. What'd you say? My granddaddy ain't had no purr. Come on with it. Come on with it. My mom deserves that check. 94 years old. They've been waiting for us to die off. And you are absolutely correct, my sister Black Spider. You are absolutely correct. And that's one of Al Sharpton's mantras. This isn't, when we talk about reparations, this isn't a 1 year fight or something like that. He said this is a generational fight. No, it's only a generational fight because y'all refuse to actually do something. You make it a generational fight. You make it a generational fight. Not Headboard Harris. I might have to do Afro Man style song on that instead of Lick 'em Low Lisa, Headboard Harris, known around town. Low down Willie Brown used to take that ass down. Headboard Harris. Oh, family, let's get back into it.
In Tennessee, said when I was sitting on the stage at the National Action Network convention, when the young man asked everyone to raise their hands, maggot is desperate. I want our young people to know.
Notice this person here, Matrice Chisholm, She's sitting there trying to call our good brother Melrose Mike MAGA. MAGA don't like us and we don't like MAGA. But notice that's where they're so desperate. They're labeling anybody who wants tangibles for their vote. Oh, we got to be MAGA. High in the sky, Hill Harris. Headboard Harris, heels up Harris. God dang it, y'all are the goated. Y'all are the goated. These and monikers for her having me losing it over here. Y'all in rare form, and I'm loving it. You ain't lying, brother. I'm trying to. We got a broadcast here today, and I'm trying to concentrate on the broadcast, but y'all are going the hell in. Shout out to V for Vengeance in the building. Thank you for being here, family. Your donation, and thank you for your super chat. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contributions as always, family. Vote code to go to all elections, but don't vote for anyone. Write in on voting. Hold on. Write in on voting forms, tangible FBA or FBA reparations or FBA anti-black hate crime bill. This shows our votes are for sale to whoever is paying our asking price. Family, I appreciate your comment on that, and I agree with that 100-fold, but I also feel like at the same time, it's time for us to go ahead and get this reparations party going. Yeah, we need the Freedman's reparations party. That way they will have to work with people who we select. That way they would have to work with people who we put in the office. Yeah, I agree with you 100% fold, my good brother V for Vengeance. It's about time, though. We come with the Freedman reparations party. That's where my head is right now. Our good brother Melrose Mike was talking about it. That's where our sister Brooks' head is. Our good brother Black Alpha. I know our good brother Tariq was talking about something similar. Our brother Jason Black said he wouldn't be opposed to it. Yeah, it's time for us to have our own party. And we're going to make sure the name of the party tells everybody exactly where we stand, which is the Freedman's Reparations Party. So, family, in order to create a party, we must first come together and bring forth the committee. So, if you're interested in joining the committee or being on the committee, make sure you email me. Because we got some great folks I know is going to be on the committee. I know for certain our good brother Black Alpha is going to be on the committee. Our brother Afro Elite to be on the committee. I know God dang it, ZZ most likely want to be on the committee. And I know our sister and brother, well, first our sister Lisa Cabrera, she want to be on the committee. I know our brother Torian Reigns who want to be on the committee. You dig what I'm saying? We have a lot of folks that we can actually start this committee. And then after that, all we do is start taking donations from the family. So instead of being or taking donations singly, we could take it as a group to go directly towards our party. And then we can promote and put people in the office and put money behind people who actually stands for our lineage. Let's be very clear. This is where we're looking nowadays. Because we're already moving as a political party, whether you know it or not, family. So, if you want to be on the committee, I have placed inside and shout out. Oh, sorry, my sister. Shout out to you for wanting to be on the committee. Hold on. That's not what I was trying to highlight. Shout out to our sister Aquarius for putting it in the chat. That is the email right there. The Church of Black Power, all one word. And we can get this started. We can get it popping. I know our good brother Greg Marcel Dixon will want to be on this committee. Hell, I don't know if it would be a conflict of interest to put him on the committee and run him as a candidate if he still wants to run, but I will want to run him as a candidate too. He'd be on the committee and run as a candidate, god dang it. This is what I mean. It's time for us to start wielding our power in a different way. We've been seeing over the past few years how we've been wielding our power out here. We didn't need, at the point in time, we didn't have any party backing us up. But looking around and looking at your beautiful faces and looking at all the beautiful people that stand for Foundational Black American, I've come to realize we already our own party. We just need to put a name to it. We need to put funding behind it. And at that point, oh, they're going to have to come to us to do business. At that point, they can't say that I'm a cult member or Tariq is a cult leader or anything else. At that point, they have to deal with us as the party that we are. Just like the Green Party has their pointed plans of what they look to accomplish or what they're looking to do for the Green Party constituents, Foundational Black Americans, the Freedman Reparations Party, will have our own to show everybody this is what we stand for. You can't call us a cult then, could you? You can't say that we xenophobic then, can you? Nah, because this is all about us getting what's owed to us. So yeah, family, the email is pinned for anybody who's looking to become a committee member. Please make sure, and we need them from all, we need members from all the states. We need at least 2 members or at least 1 member. I like to say 2 members from each state. And then we can pick who we want to run. You know how they got those electoral college votes and things like that? We can have our own conventions to see who will get our nominations. And then the Democratic Party would have to deal with the Freedmen's Reparations Party if they ever want to get back in the office ever again, because they need us to get into those positions. Let's continue, family.
Vote is not a strategy. No vote is a surrender. The young people in my family will be voting in 2026 for their great-great-grandmother who lost her life in 1966 fighting for our right to vote. And you are absolutely right, Martise, but let me say this. You're going to have a lot of confusion, purposely traffic through our community, through the airwaves, through television over the next few months because of the midterm elections. And they're going to try to get people not to vote so they can keep the Republicans in. And they're going to use people to try and also set a climate for 28. Now,
well, Al, here's the thing. You're saying that we're disruptors, and you're saying there's going to be a lot of disruptors coming out talking about trying to keep people from voting. We're not trying to keep people from voting, Al. That's the part where you get things, well, you got a lot of things messed up. However, I want you to understand, Al, we're not keeping anybody from voting, and we don't want to keep anybody from voting. What we want is to make sure people get something for their vote. And if they're not getting something for their vote, then they should ask themselves a question. If I can't get something for my vote, why should I give you my vote? Kamala Harris sat in front of you at your Non-Action Network conference, and Kamala Harris said, I think that we should be giving permission for people to be transactional voters. And I said then, that can't nobody give us permission. We're transactional voters because everybody and their mama outside of our community are transactional voters, and nobody says anything about it. But yet, she can say that. And we can have our brother Melrose get up and say, hey, if you don't do something for our community, without that check, you get no vote. You then turn around and try to make it seem as if they're disruptors when Kamala Harris is mimicking the disruptors. Please make that make sense. Please make that make sense. How is he a disruptor when he's just asking for the very thing that Kamala Harris sat in front of you and said, I think we should give permission for people to be able to say they want transactional votes? Didn't Kamala Harris say, get yours? I could have swore that's what Kamala said. I could have swore that's what Kamala said. Didn't she say, get yours? All right, Al, continue.
Everybody that's running around yelling no vote and all kind of foolishness are not agents. Some are just swayed by agents and ignorant enough to go with their emotions and not think through what somebody's telling them. So they get them up, oh, y'all shouldn't listen to that, get reparations, and never ask, well, how are we supposed to get them? Now, some of them are outright agents and provocateurs.
Without asking, how are we supposed to get them, huh? Hey. Family, when the illegals came over here, did they ask, how are we going to get resources at all? Did they say, how are we going to get housing? Did they say, how are we going to, did they put anybody in the office to do those things for them? Or did they just get those things done? Are these Democratic governors not just putting money, but housing, free education, and all that other nonsense, clothing, business opportunities, and things like that? They're doing all of those things, and none of those people ask for it. So how are they getting it done? However they're getting it done, then I'm going to need you to do it for us. It is that simple. You guys are able to get all these things done for illegals. You guys are able to get all these things done for people who shouldn't even be in this country. You can do all these things for people who are supposed to be here temporarily. But when it comes to us, you're talking about, well, how are we going to get these things done if you're not putting people in the office? Continue.
Get used to them, because you're going to have to live with them for the next few months. And I'm ready for them.
Family, get used to us, because we are, and let me say this one more time, we are the bar moving forward. If you aren't speaking like us, if you're not talking about foundational Black American interests, you are an op. It is that simple. So yeah, get used to us. It ain't the next few months you're going to have to deal with us. You're going to have to deal with us every day out of the year, just like you've been dealing with us for the past 16 years. But continue, Al.
Because all my career, you've had that. And, you know, my mother used to tell me, I quoted it this morning on my morning thoughts I do on Instagram, that she's from the South, born and raised in Dothan, Abbeville sections of Alabama. I came north and met my father, married, and had me and my sister. She said, so you don't know nothing about farming, Al. She said, if you go out to a farm in Alabama or anywhere where they have farming, and you see a pile of hogs. If you take a brick and throw it, the hog that hollers is the one you hit. They're hollering now. Look at Trump talking about the Pope.
What the hell does hitting a damn innocent pig with a brick got to do with anything that we're saying as foundational Black Americans? Trump has already said that he don't see reparations being a platform that he can run on. Why the hell are you bringing up Trump? Why the hell are you bringing up MAGA when we don't identify as MAGA at all? You bringing up MAGA so that you can tie us into a situation where you're saying if they're not Democrat, then they got to be MAGA. As if independent does not exist. As if being a foundational Black American and stepping back from the scenes and looking at both parties as racist doesn't exist. As our brother AO said, simple and plain, because he a shield. And he is absolutely a shield. Continue.
Talking about what he going to do to Iran, bring them back to the Stone Ages, talking about this, that, and the other. He hollering. And you see people call my show, other shows on the message board. I'm against voting. Vote don't mean nothing. Everybody's a racist.
What did Al Sharpton, excuse me, Al, hold on. What did Donald Trump saying all those things about what was happening overseas, what did any of that have to do with us, Al? You see how he's trying to tie all of this stuff in as if that affects us specifically in the Black grassroots. And it doesn't. You seen how he woke up talking to Iran and all this other stuff. So goddamn what? Who gives a damn about how Trump is talking to Iran? You see, you want us to hate Trump as much as you hate Trump. But in the foundational Black American grassroots, we know that even if we hate somebody, it does not take away from being level-headed. I don't like the Democratic Party. I hate the Democratic Party with disdain because they've been playing us for over 60 plus years. They have been the largest organization on American land that has used every tactic to keep foundational Black Americans down. That's your Democratic Party. But if they come tomorrow with a reparations plan, I wouldn't stand for it and I wouldn't accept it. But if they come 2 years after with the same plan, if they come 4 years after with a better plan, then I'll start to listen. In the very same way that if the Republicans came to us with a reparations plan and it was solid, it was constitutionally sound, I would take a look at it. I would. But the problem here is you're not looking at us as a base that needs something. You're not looking at us as a base that deserves anything. And since you're looking at us as a base that don't deserve anything, we're looking at you as shills, bootlicks, tap dancers, and politicians that don't deserve a damn thing either, whether on the Democrat or Republican side. This is what it means to stand for your people, Al. Now, let's continue.
Because you hit them or their sponsors. That's why they squeal.
Because you hit them or their sponsors. I am proud to say that the Church of Black Power, this YouTube page, this network, is sponsored by one group of people and one group of people alone. And that is Foundational Black Americans. I am proud to say my network takes no money from the Democrats. My network takes no money from the Republicans. My network takes no money from any establishment like the Democrats and the Republicans. The Church of Black Power, in the words of our good brother A.O., is sponsored by FBA. Our brother Black Alpha's network is sponsored by the good brothers and sisters in FBA. Our good brother Afro Elite, his page is sponsored by the good brothers and sisters in the FBA. Our sister's Easy, her page is sponsored by the good brothers and sisters in the FBA. Jason Black, Professor Black Truth, our brother Torian Reigns, our brother Kid Gravity, our brother Breeze Omega, all of our family that is in the Black grassroots. We are sponsored by the Black grassroots. This is something that these people cannot say. This is something that these people cannot do. Exactly. Our sister Vicky Dillard. Sponsored by our good old brothers and sisters in Foundational Black America. Shout out to our sister Opal Ivy in the building. Much love to you, my sister, as well as A. McMill in the building. Much love to you, family, and thank you for being here as well. Salute to both of you. That's why we can speak in the manner in which we speak. That's why we can move in the manner in which we move. Exactly, our brother Great Black Shark. That's why we are who we are, brother Chase. Don't get it confused. We are not paid for or bought by anybody. Our good brother Beatzilla. The only people that support Foundational Black American New Black Media is Foundational Black Americans, who are the new Black media. So do not get it confused, Al, and do not be confused by Al. We are supporting each other because we got. And we're the only ones that will speak up for us. Unlike Al Sharpton, who was, paid by the Democratic Party. Unlike Roly-Poly Martin, that was paid by, the Democratic Party. Unlike anybody else that spoke up for the Democrats, they're paid for by the Democratic Party, as well as a lot of these Republicans who run around running their mouths. They're also paid by the Republican Party. We're the only media apparatus. And notice what I said there, family. We are a media apparatus. We're the only apparatus that is self-funded and self-guided. That's it. That's all. And once again, the email is the Church of Black Power, all one word, @gmail.com for anybody who would like to sit on the committee for the Freedman Reparations Party. Continue, Al.
Said to me, I read that 40 years ago, you was informing on the mafia to the feds. Oh, so you with the mafia?
Oh, so you with the mafia? Exactly, my sister. He's an embarrassment on top of an embarrassment on top of a what the fuck is this man talking about while being an embarrassment? People been bringing up the fact that he's been calling people agents. He called our good brother Melrose Radio an agent, our good brother Melrose Michael agent, when this very same person has been an informant and still a federal informant. So yeah, he had to bring it up. People saying, "Oh, you're an agent. You're an agent," and I'm like, "Oh, you with the mafia now?" No, it ain't about being with the mafia, Reverend Al. It's about the fact that you are quite literally projecting, because you, back then and now, have always been known as an informant. Even back in the day when I was younger, my grandfather never trusted Al Sharpton. My grandfather called you an ambulance chaser. That was his word for you. He says that man only shows up whenever something happens to black people, but he don't care about black people because they can pay him to go against black people. That's what my grandpa told me, and I was damn near, I was like 5 or 6 years old. Saw your big old glandular butt on TV at my grandma's house. And technically, he wasn't telling me. He was telling my grandmother, and my grandmother agreed to it. But I'll never forget that day. Partially because of the fact this was back in the time when my grandmother, before she passed away, rest in peace to her, she had plastic all over the damn couch. And I was trying to lay on the couch to go to sleep. But you know how the plastic is with anybody who's laying on a plastic couch, a plastic cover couch to be more specific, you ain't going to sleep. And I remember my grandma was sitting at the end of the couch and my grandfather was in his lazy boy. And Al Sharpton came up on the goddamn TV. And my grandpa said, "Where is the controller? I do not want to listen to this goddamn ambulance chaser." My grandma said, "What do you mean, ambulance chaser?" And he explained to her, he only pops up when something happens to us that he can make money off of. But where is he when people actually need people to stand up? My grandpa took that controller, and it was an old school controller. You know, the type of controller where you press the buttons and it actually clicked. Click, click. It was a hard click too. And you can hear the hard click. And that's why, you know, they used to call it the clicker. They wouldn't call it the remote. Grandma would tell you, "Hey, boy, hand me the clicker over there by you." My grandpa took that clicker and he changed it over to MASH so damn quick. And those who know. Especially if you was young and your grandparents or your parents, when that time of day came on, all of a sudden you hearing all the way from the room. Y'all know about MASH. Don't act like you don't know nothing about no damn MASH. Hell, MASH was so popular, we took the name and made it into a damn a written game where you put MASH at the top, and then you go around the square or whatnot off of what a person counts. And MASH stands for mansion, apartment, shaggy, a shad town, or a house. We made games out of things like this. This is Black American culture. But I digress. Y'all understand me when I say my grandfather wasn't having any of that. Soon as he saw Al Sharpton, he's grabbing the clicker and he's clicking the click. Opa Ivy said MASH was my show. Family. we already knew who Al Sharpton was. Just like we already know who Al Sharpton is today. Black, are you said never liked MASH, but I had to listen to it. Hey, there's a lot of things that your grandparents and your parents like that you ain't like, but I guarantee you remember them from your bedroom. Guarantee you could be laying there dead sleep all of a sudden. I know you remember those old commercials that used to take place in the middle of the night. Soft and smooth, selling CDs. Yeah, we had a time growing up. I am not going to lie. We had a time. Oh, man. Shout out to all of y'all, family. Let's get back into it. I digress once again.
Yeah, I informed to the feds about Trayvon Martin, too, and about George Floyd. The federal government's supposed to be getting gangsters out of taking black artists' money.
You informed to the feds about Trayvon Martin? How did you inform to the feds about Trayvon Martin? Informants tend to be working on the inside of whatever organization that they're squilling on. Are you saying that you were working with George Zimmerman? I want you to hear the nonsense that comes out of these people's mouths, family. Are you saying that you were working with George Zimmerman? That would make you an informant if you turned tails and then ratted on him. No, that's not the same thing, Al. Continue.
Oh, I didn't look at it like that. Just noise. Why do you think we made Eric Holder the Attorney General? So we'd be over federal law enforcement.
And what did Eric Holder do while he was the DOJ chief AG? What did Eric Holder do for Trayvon Martin? What did Eric Holder do for Mike Brown, Sandra Bland, or anybody else? This is why I don't respect you. And nobody does. You're sitting here calling god dang Benjamin Crump the AG of African America. Of Black America. When he hasn't indicted anybody, just like Eric Holder refused to indict these people. What the hell are you talking about, Al? What are you talking about? What are we talking about?
We ain't trying to be criminals. We're trying to get the criminals. But they have you tricking yourself to where you identify with the folk killing your community.
Sir, you are out here selling birds for the mafia. Is this thing on? Hold on. Let me tap this mic. Is this thing on? Can you guys hear me? All right. Let me say that again. Al Sharpton was moving birds through the black community for the mafia. What are you talking about? We don't want to be criminals. You was a criminal before you got caught up trying to sell birds to the goddamn PD. Is this where we at? Is this where we're at? A goddamn known informant sitting here trying to talk to us, talking about how they don't want to be criminals, how we don't want to be criminals, when this person was quite literally a criminal in the beginning of everything that he was doing, and then continue with his criminality after he made a deal with the goddamn PD so he didn't go to jail for selling that smack. Say that again. 15 kilos. 15 kilos, Al. That's not criminal. That's not criminal. Shout out to Detroiters in the building. Much love to you. Al Sharpton, they was going to kill me. That's why I became an informant for the government. Shout out to AO. Damn, Al, I ain't know you was a pusher, man. Curtis Blow didn't know, but he was singing about you. I'm your mama, I'm your daddy, I'm that nigga in the alley. Want some coke? Have some weed. You know me, I'm your friend. Thick and thin. I'm your pusher man. I'm telling you, family. But he wants to try to turn the tables to make it seem like, oh, we're weird for calling him out for being the goddamn informant, for being the rat, for being the snitch, for being somebody who was benefited from working with the mob and then turned coattails on them. You didn't care about all the drugs you was putting in our communities. You didn't care about all the black folk you was pushing out of the market. You said, as long as these mafia folk is putting money in my pocket, I do not care. That's what you were doing until you got caught. Shout out to our good brother Iron Will. This is a fantastic point. It makes sense why you got that perm. He thinks he's super fly. Oh, chef's kiss to that. Chef's kiss to that, my good brother. He refused to get rid of the goddamn slick back perm because it would take away from who he is as Superfly in his mind. Let's continue.
1-877-532-5797, 1-877-532-5797. I see you, Mr. Mayor Rodney Jones.
All right. So we got through that. Let's head to the next clip here. Hold up. Now let's go to somebody that may or may not be a plant, even though he came in talking real hard against Al. I just feel like this person he touched every goddamn point that was given to him to touch so that Al can have a response to it. That's how I feel. I might be wrong. Don't hold that against me if I am wrong. I'm just telling you how it sounds to me. Family, make sure y'all hit that like button, hit that share button. Let's continue.
Mayor of Queensbridge House is somewhere he wants to hear. He has heard of people.
Oh, God dang it. I pressed the damn thing, didn't I? There we go. It's all a play. I feel it. 100-fold. Let's go here, family.
Washington, D.C.
Yeah, I'm here, Al. I don't have a problem with voting, but we have to admit it's a sunk cost fallacy.
Deshaun from Washington, D.C.
Yeah, I'm here, Al. I don't have a problem with voting, but we have to admit it's a sunk cost fallacy.
It's
You've all been voting Democrat since before. A sunk cost fallacy.
Who's been voting Democrat?
You know what that is, or do you need me to explain it?
You can explain it, yes.
Black people.
Black people's been voting Democrat?
So you've been voting Democrat since
No, when I was born, we were voting.
Motown had their first day.
Well, we've been voting Democrats since Democrats gave us the Civil Rights Act. Before that, we was voting Republican, which means that we're intelligent enough to vote for people that support us. When I was born.
Wait a second, Al. Hold up. So now, if the people aren't supporting us, that's intelligent if you don't vote for them. Hold on, Al. Because you just called our good brother Melrose. You said that he was an op. You said that he was an agent when he came in and said exactly that. If you do not support us, we will not support you. But yet you called him an op. But then you turned around and said that before we were Democrats, we were Republicans, which means we're smart enough to not support people who don't support us. So while we're here telling you that the Democratic Party has shown itself not to support us, not to being a support to foundational Black Americans, but they have no problem putting their ass on the front line for everybody else except us. Oh, that's being an agent. So why did you just say we were smart enough not to vote for people who don't support us? Oh, let's continue, Al.
When my parents was voting Republican.
Okay.
Okay, what?
Okay. And as I was saying, okay, calm down, Al. I know you're triggered. I'm getting to it.
Now, notice the way he said, okay, calm down, Al. I got to even admit, Al wasn't really getting riled up. And when I hear things like that, I quite literally start looking at the situation. Why would you say, oh, calm down, Al, as if Al was yelling at you and stuff like that when he wasn't? It's because you're putting on a show. You're putting on a presentation. That's what's happening here, in my humble opinion. I kind of feel like that's an agent little situation because he's supposed to be calling and representing for foundational Black Americans. And if foundational Black Americans are these loud, angry people who don't let you talk and who always cut you off and all this other stuff, then that makes foundational Black Americans something that they can actually call cult. All these cult members are angry. They're this, they're that. So when you say, calm down, Al, like, you know what I'm saying? Like Al was actually doing something that he wasn't doing. That looks bad on the caller and not Al. Exactly. Political theater. Shout out to our good brother, Still Kevin Trees in the building. Much love to you and thank you for being here as always, my good brother. It's supposed to make us look bad. And that's exactly how I looked at it. Because even when I call in to speak to Al, I will not be speaking in this manner. When you hear Church of Black Power, you're hearing the passion in me speaking to my family. When I'm doing business and if I have to straighten people out on the business, I'm not about to sit there and raise my voice. I'm not about to sit there and call him a bunch of names or anything like that. Even though I know that he's a boot licking, tap dancing shill, I won't do that. Why? Because I'm at that point in time, I'm representing my brothers. I'm representing my sisters. I'm representing my nieces, my nephews, my children, my grandmother, my grandfather, my uncles, my uncle, my aunties, my great-grandfather, my great-grandmother, all of my people I'm representing in the time that I'm sitting there speaking to these people. So not only am I going to speak intelligently, I'm going to intelligently voice to you the issues at hand with our interest. That's because I understand how important it is to be able to speak clearly and adamantly about your people without sounding like you're an agitator. Because then they will call us all agitators like they're trying to do now. But if we're speaking calmly, cool, calm, and collective, they can't say any of those things. And they can't then go and try to demonize the next foundational Black American that they see. Oh, look at how y'all act. Our good brother Melrose Mike got on that microphone and spoke to everybody in a way that everybody was able to resonate with it, whether they liked it or not. They couldn't even stand against what our brother had to say. They couldn't say nothing at that point in time because our good brother vocalized what he had in his mind so elegantly. It showed the world. And that's why I was so happy to show this right here. It shows the world how intelligent we are. We're not moving by emotion. We're moving by agenda. We're moving due to policies that's needed for us. So yeah, whenever somebody comes in and they make it seem a little bit more than it needs to be, I tend to look at it with a side eye. Now, I will say this person who called in may not be an op. He may not be a shield. He may just have been responding in a way. However, as foundational Black Americans, we have to be able to stop and look at how we're responding to things and whether or not it is going to hurt us or help us. And me yelling and screaming at Al Sharpton isn't going to hurt us. I mean, isn't going to help us one bit. Me speaking to Al Sharpton with sense in a way of, I can break you down like a compound. I will break you down like a fraction. Let me break down all of your talking points. That makes Al look worse. And that makes us look better. Let's continue.
You're the one that seems to be less than calm. I just answered your facts were wrong. We were not always voting Republican. That's all. There's nothing to get excited about.
We've been voting Democrat all these years. We was on the bottom end, and we're still on the bottom.
And we voted Republican many years. We voted Republican many years, and we won the bottom. Republicans or Democrats, Deshaun ain't gonna save us. We're gonna have to use either side to save ourselves step by step.
Family?
Nigga, please.
We? We.
If the Democrats ain't going to save us and the Republicans ain't going to save us, then why the hell are you shilling for the Democrats? Why do you disrespect people who go against what the Democratic Party and the Democratic plantation's narrative is? Why? If the Democrats ain't going to save us, the Republicans ain't going to save us, then why did you sit there and call our good brother Melrose Mike a goddamn agent if he's speaking the truth of the matter and you know the Democrats ain't going to save us and you know the Republicans ain't going to save us? Why did you do so? Why are you continuously trying to speak down on people who's bringing up the issue of the Democrats not doing nothing for us? You keep on bringing up Republicans. So once again, as I was asked to ask you, I will be asking you, give us a reason why we should vote for the Democrats without mentioning Republicans. And I guarantee you, he's going to bring up all the things that happened with the Civil Rights Bill. Nothing that's happened from 1964 to 2026. What's up to my good brother Gary Williams in the building, my Watts brother. Much love to you and thank you for your super sticker. Your donation is blessed tenfold and I appreciate your contribution as always, my good brother. Like I said, the Black grassroots are really in here. And unfortunately with this guy and much of the Democratic Party, they don't have access to that. They don't have access to you. And not because they don't want access to you. It's because you're not allowing them to have access to you. Especially with this nonsense. But let's continue.
Yes. Can I please finish? Mm-hmm. And the point I'm trying to make is that we cannot put all of our faith in voting. And you all get an attitude with me when I say we need to rebuild the Black community. You accuse me of working for Donald Trump when I said that Black kids need to learn how to code.
I did not. I'm not going to allow you to lie. I never said you work for Donald Trump because you said Black kids need to code. What are you talking about? I never said that. I don't think you work for Donald Trump. We need to rebuild the Black.
I say we need to rebuild the black
And I
family.
agree.
Make sure I can.
Now, family, I want you to look down here at the bottom. Matter of fact, let me see if I can push it back a little bit. Yep, there it is. This is the type of people that he has in his chat, family. This Bruce Turner, what it says, Deshaun is a self-hater. Deshaun is a self-hater. Another caller on that Kool-Aid. Hold up now. Reverend Al, Brother Al, Mr. Al. Yeah, when I told you guys on my last broadcast about the person that came in and left the comment talking about leave Unc alone, and I said even calling this man Unc has disqualified you from this conversation. Same thing when someone calls him Reverend Al, Brother Al, Mr. Al. Just wanted to highlight that for a hot second, and shout out to our good brother Iron Will on this situation as well. I guess the Black Boule never figured Black Americans who voted for this party for 70 years and seen our wealth reduced down more and more wouldn't figure out the Dems been screwing us all these years. And you are absolutely right, my good brother. And they never thought that we would stand up and say something if we did realize. But they're dealing with a whole different party. They're dealing with a whole different group of people. You're dealing with foundational Black Americans, and you're dealing with the Freedman Reparations Party. Shout out to our good brother Iron Will. You are absolutely correct. Shout out to our sister Black Spider. He is so disrespectful to FBA. He got to go for that. I'm pretty sure you meant to say the big payback. Absolutely. What you know about that? I don't know. You want me to tell you what I'm ready. Boom, boom. I'm ready. Don't get me started. Oh man, I want revenge. Don't play. Let's continue.
I say that we need to rebuild. I say we need to rebuild the Black family.
And I agree.
Make sure I can't see the code.
I agree.
And then when you muted me, you said I worked for Donald Trump.
No,
just like
you said that Donald Trump and other things that he did not do, that he did, and he did not do. And that's what I said. I didn't say that you work for Donald Trump because he wanted to build a black. Donald Trump ain't trying to build a Black community. Donald Trump has not told you that he's trying to build a Black community at all. I don't even know why we trying to act like he's doing something that he ain't trying to act like he's doing.
Yeah, you're right. So again, like at the convention with Melrose was.
That's another reason right there. Right there. Now, I don't know the argument that they had previously because it wasn't on this situation. And that's another reason why I feel like this is just a whole plant situation. This man came in talking about something that Al Sharpton said about him, and we can't corroborate what was going on, nor can we corroborate what was being said. So when he says that you said A, B, and C about Donald Trump, and I'm saying that that isn't true, this, that, and the third, the first thing that dude said was, you're correct. You're correct. And I don't think that that's one of us, because we're not going to come and bring something to where we're going to be corrected on. We're going to do the correcting. Exactly. Exactly. Dude couldn't challenge that. Cap. That's how I saw it. I see it as cap on top of cap. Agent Al been selling FBAs out for chicken change. Is that change that come out of a pocket of a chicken, or is it just chicken scratch? Either way, I love it. Shout out to 13 Mike Travels in the building. Much love to you, my good brother, and thank you for being here. Let's let him continue.
trying to call out this voting stuff. I actually thought you were way out of line. The way you, Melrose, the young brother, FBA brother, who was talking about voting, and then you got up there and made this grandiose speech saying he was a paid agent and called the brother stupid.
Well, first of all, if the brother had an opinion and he came and stated his opinion, and we didn't stop him at our convention, we let him finish, didn't we? So then, let me get this right. He's supposed to be able to say what he want to say, tell everybody is a racist.
Family, we played the clip at the beginning of this broadcast. Our good brother Melrose Mike didn't go in there calling anybody a racist, did he? Did he say all of you guys are racist, or did he say Trump is a racist, Joe Biden's a racist, and Kamala Harris is a racist? All people that has nothing to do with foundational Black America. He called them out. He called out the Democratic Party. He called out the Republican Party for being racist. He did not call everybody in the room racist. So what Al is doing right now is creating a straw man argument to something that didn't happen.
The old folk ought to sit down. He can get up there and say all of that, and we're not supposed to use our mic to answer.
He did not say old folks need to sit down. Oh, no, family. This is why we're here today. We're going to continue. We're going to do this. Let's go. No. Let's go back here. I'll even bring this up like this. Let's go. We're going to.
All of y'all in here, with all due respect, you're beautiful, but you're old. Yeah, I know that ain't what you want to hear, but that's what's happening. All of y'all in here, with all due respect, you're beautiful, but you're old. You're not talking to the youth. You don't know how to talk to the youth. You're trying to tell us what to do. We're not having it no more. So if you want our vote, you got to come with our paper.
Now, does that sound like all you old folks out here, y'all need to go and sit down? All you old folks in here, y'all racist. Did he say any of that? Or did he speak the god dang truth? And our brother Iron Will said, I don't care if he did. It was still factual. I feel you, my good brother. I absolutely feel you. And shout out to our good sister C. Terry in the building. Much love to you. And thank you for being here, my sister Queen. Exactly. 100% truth. But yeah, you said we let him speak his opinion and we didn't cut him off, this and the third. Dude sitting there trying to cut him off the whole damn time, trying to pull up the goddamn microphone. As soon as people started talking to him, he started trying to grab the mic even tougher. Let's go back over here to Al and see what else he got.
See, the problem they got is they think they can take shots and people don't fire back.
Al.
If you take a shot, then you expect people to shoot back. We just,
Sir, you called us stupid or paid. Roly-Poly Martin calls us dumbasses, called us Simple Simons, calls us all kind of names, everything under the sun except the children of the Most High. I know you're not trying to sit here and say we took shots, so we took shots back. No. He didn't take a shot. He told you truth. And your fragile snowflake ass and everybody else who are fragile as snowflakes because they represent the Democratic Party and not foundational Black America, you got your feelings hurt. And it's okay. You get your feelings hurt from time to time. Why? Because, when you're doing, as our sister Nisi would say, fuck shit, you'll get your feelings hurt by the real ones. It happens like that. It just does. But continue, Al. Continue.
Stop from saying what he had to say. Now you want to censor me from responding?
Al, if Melrose didn't call you an agent when he was up there, why would you call him one? You want to respond, but you want to respond by going extreme. Melrose came in as the youth explaining to you all what is necessary to get the youth to vote. And instead of saying, well, that's the opinion of one man, you know, we respect his opinion, but we do appreciate our young brother coming out and having this conversation with us, because we might not be where you guys are in the younger generation. We might not listen to you guys as much as we should. But I want you to know that that is his opinion, and I respect his opinion, and thank you for coming up and giving your opinion. You didn't do that, Al. You sat there and disrespected our good brother, and then turned around and disrespected us by trying to call us something that you have been your whole damn career. A known informant. Damn your clap back. Am I not supposed to respond? You responded. It was the way you responded that shut everything down. It was the way you responded that opened up the eyes to everybody who listened to you say what you said. It is that simple, that plain. Nobody would have said nothing if you would have got up there behind that microphone and said, you know what? I'm grateful for that young brother that came up here to say what he had to say. And maybe we need to take the time to listen to the younger generation a lot more. Maybe we need to take the time to sit back and have conversations with the younger generation a lot more. Do you know why young people love me? Young people love me because I don't act like I hate them. People who are younger than I am rock with me, not because I'm the Church of Black Power. No, they rock with me because they understand that I'm fighting for their generation. And I can't fight for their generation if I'm not listening to what's happening to their generation as well. That's the difference between you and I, Al. That's the difference between the new black media and Al Sharpton and any other Democratic shield that's paid to run the goddamn water. We actually care about what happens not just to the next generation, but we care about what happened to the previous generation. And we care about what's happening to this generation right here as we sit here and fight. So if you really cared, Al, if you really, really cared about him being the youth and having his opinion, you would not have got behind that microphone and tried to make him out to be something that you have been your whole damn career, which is an agent. Now let's continue.
No, Al, what I'm trying to say is you should have talked to that young brother face to face like a man.
He walked out. He got up and cussed everybody out and left.
Number one, our good brother didn't cuss out anybody. I mean, he did not cuss out anybody. And he only left because he was done with what he had to say. But let's not take away from the point that you actually told people to go after our good brother to escort him out. So even if he would have stayed, one of your goons would have removed him from the location. So you're a liar, sir. We're supposed to just let people come on in, cuss us out, and leave. He didn't do any of that. He said what he had to say. He went walking towards the door, and you was telling people before he even got out of the room to go and make sure that he gets off of the property. This is why we don't rock with you guys. This is why we do not have any type of reverence with pushing you guys to the side. You were the old guard for a reason. I was able to sit here and have the conversation with my good brother, and I stopped him in the middle of him telling me what happened to make sure that I had it clear, cut, and precise that it was you that asked them people to escort him out and off of the property, off of the premises. That was you guys. That was you and your group and the people who was running that facility. So we're not going to sit here and act as if what you're saying has any merit. I trust my good brother Melrose Mike over you any day of the goddamn week. And 2 times on Sunday. 3 times on Saturday.
Would have met with him. If he had walked up, if he walked in here now and said he wanted to talk, I would talk and hear his opinion and want him to hear mine. He walked out, which is why I said either you stupid or you an agent. And I repeat that because it's stupid to get up and condemn everybody and leave, or it's an agent work that you were there so that you can put something out there so that the Republicans can say, oh, somebody said so-and-so. It's one or the other. Now.
No, it is not one or the other. You're making a straw man argument. If I said what the hell I have to say, I'm not going to sit in a room full of hostile people after I said what the hell I have to say. Now, I myself personally, I stood in the room after I spoke with Kristen Clark, the House Whip, Sheila Jackson Lee, Ron Reynolds, and things like that, because I wanted to then speak to them directly. They were at my college campus. Our brother Melrose, he was at a convention where he knew 9 times out of 10 he wasn't going to be able to speak to those people directly. So he said what he had to say and he got ghosted. So there are some situations where we'll stand there, we'll stay there, and we'll hold your feet to the fire if we know we'll have an opportunity with you. And there's other situations where we just say what we need to say and we're gone. Do you think that we got to stick around to listen to a person like you come out and try to do the hemming and humming? Nah. Hell no. We're not doing any of that. This ain't that time, Al. But I guess you thought that it was.
If he came back, I would be glad to sit down and talk with him. I talk to people every day that disagree with me. But if you're going to grab a mic and scream and holler and then walk out the door, what am I supposed to do but think that you set up some kind of way?
Okay, I can respond now?
Sure.
Yeah, I'm just saying that that's the reason why my generation hates the civil rights generation, because you all seem like it's your way or the highway. You're not.
Let me stop that person right there, right there, right there, right there. I do not hate the civil rights generation. Nobody in foundational Black America who is younger than 40 years old hates the civil rights generation. What we hate is the bootlicks that came out of the civil rights generation. In the very same way that we don't hate all immigrants, we hate tethers. Notice how that person quite literally jumped into an extreme. This is why we hate your generation. We don't hate your generation, Al. We hate you. We hate the fact that you come from that generation, Al. We hate everything that you have done from then to now. I don't hate the civil rights generation. I've said several times before that the civil rights generation has dropped the ball. The civil rights generation has failed us in the sense. But then, even then, I had to say, you know what? No, technically, the ones who were actually standing on business, they didn't fail us. It was the bootlicks. It was the Sambo class. It was all of those people that didn't give a damn what was going to happen to us after they got theirs. So I had to come back several times over, and I make sure to make it clear and simple for everybody who don't understand. I love everybody who fought for us during the civil rights era, who I don't like and who I have disdains for is people who have sold us out ever since then. So, yeah, I'm going to make a distinction. But I have never not once say we hate everybody from the civil rights generation, because that's not true. There are several people from the civil rights generation in itself, we still hold in high regard till this day. There's people who wasn't even included into the civil rights generation, but still stood on business, like Claudette Colvin, that we still hold in high regards till this day. Yeah, family, I have to disagree. We don't all hate the civil rights generation. That would be crazy. Because without the civil rights generation, you wouldn't have the reparations generation. But what I can say is this. We can look back, as I said earlier, at the civil rights generation and everything that they did and didn't do and everything they got done and wasn't able to, and the way it was used against them. We absolutely could look back and say, yeah, we're not going to fall into that same trap again. It is that simple, that plain. But let's let them continue, because I don't want anybody. That's why I said this particular call makes me feel like somebody was paid to go up there and make that call and make those statements. And it was point by point. At each point, Al Sharpton was able to address those points. I kind of feel like that was the whole point of it. But like I said, family, I could be wrong, so don't hold me to that. I'm only telling you how I feel on this situation, not what I know. Let's continue.
Open to new ideas. I hate the civil rights generation as much as I hate KD. He's a total fraud. But I like him more than I like the civil rights generation.
Well, first of all, what is the age group of the civil rights generation?
Baby boomers.
Martin Luther King would have been a baby boomer. And they were civil rights. Du Bois would have been a baby boomer. That was civil rights. So I mean, okay. I think that there are people in every generation.
Al, W.E.B. Du Bois was not in that civil rights era. The fact that you try to throw him in there is very interesting to me. But I'll put a pin in that, because I will digress if I touch on that a little bit longer than I need to. Pause. But yeah, it's very interesting that you bring up W.E.B. Du Bois during the civil rights generation when he wasn't around during the civil rights generation. Shout out to A. Jones in the building. Much love to you, and thank you for being here. Too old to be this obtuse. And I agree with you 100% fold. I agree with you 100%. Shout out to AO. Al is a vampire, been around for 400 years. Shout out. Reeks of desperation. Oh, a B1 salute to our sister M. Flower Noy in the building. Much love to you, my sister queen, and thank you for being here. Let's continue, because I want to get past this real quick. We're almost done here.
Generation, including yours and mine, that have disagreements, and many that have different strategies, different ways. And I think that
absolutely. And one last thing.
Wait. I'm gonna let you finish after you let me finish. And I don't hate your generation. And if you hate mine, fine. But I don't speak for all of my generation. There's many in my generation that don't agree with me. And guess what? There's many in your generation that don't agree with you.
There's more in my generation that agrees with me than there are that agree with you. And there's more in your generation that agrees with me than they do that agrees with you. But see, those people are drowned out. Those people get drowned out the conversation. Those people are called MAGA. Those people are called what do you say? What did he call us? Invocators. This is what you've done. But the people in your age bracket who's quite literally called you out, you sit there and try to call them everything under the sun. You talk about how, yeah, we can sit and understand how we have differences of opinion. We can't agree on how things should be done, but we do agree that Black empowerment is the goal. You can't even do that nowadays. Back then, you could say that about a Martin Luther King. You could say that about a Malcolm X. You can't say that about an Al Sharpton. You can't say that when it comes to Al Sharpton and the Church of Black Power. You can't say that when it comes to an Al Sharpton versus a Black Alpha or Afro Elite or Professor Black Truth, Black Truth United. You can't say that. We have different ways of going about it because you don't even believe in the same things that we believe in when it comes to reparations or anything like that. You only use reparations when you're able to benefit as a party. And it just doesn't work out for you. But let's continue. Let's let it continue.
So you don't speak for a generation, and neither do I.
Absolutely.
No, he don't speak for a generation. You don't speak for a generation, but your damn show speak on national television, acting as if you speak for all generations. And when the generation comes to your doorstep, knocking on that door, you then call that generation an agent because you didn't like that the generation actually told you that you guys don't know what you're talking about and you're out of touch with the generation that actually runs stuff at this point in time. You guys are dying off, and I hate to say it this way, but the old guard is dying off. And foundational Black Americans have become the new guard. Instead of listening to that young brother, our good brother Melrose Mike, say what he had to say and say, hey, shout out to the youth, shout out to the new generation, shout out to all of y'all for coming out, making sure that we understand that we need to make some changes within the old guard so that the new generation won't have to worry about what's the next move. Nah, you didn't do none of that. You came out and called our brother an agent. So even when you're sitting here trying to explain away all the nonsense, it brings us right back to what you said while you was at that conference. Bars. Even when you try to explain away all the nonsense, it still take you back to what you said when you was at that conference. You want to discredit people. It isn't about having a difference of opinion. You want to discredit the people who have a difference of opinion, but not really an opinion, a difference of fact. Continue.
Harris is not FBA. There's not one person in her family who's an American descendant of slaves. As a matter of fact, on her dad's side, they were slave owners. So it's kind of offensive to call her Black. She's not.
Well, I think
white.
that Kamala Harris's father is a Black Jamaican, and she's Black in my book.
No.
How's her father a Black Jamaican when his father is Irish, and his mother was a red dot, Brahmin, in the very same way that her mother was Brahmin and is Brahmin. And even if let's just say the person isn't a foundational Black American, Kamala Harris. Her parents, let's just say her parents are Black, but not foundational Black American. It still does not nullify what our good brother just said. I don't want to say our good brother because he sounds like still, like I said, But like the majority of us say, God dang it, she's not foundational Black American at all. And you can tell by looking at her track record with foundational Black Americans how she dislikes foundational Black Americans. Oh, you can definitely 100% look at her whole goddamn platform as an AG and everything that she did in California. And tell me that that wasn't an anti-Black stance, that wasn't a slave owner stance that she took, basically. If you don't do what I say, if you don't do what the state says, we're going to lock up the parents. What do you mean let these people out early? No. We're going to hold on to these people for cheap labor. Oh, yeah, we're going to have them fighting fires for $1 a day. That's not a foundational Black American, Al. So regardless of whether her father has any Black in him, her whole damn California career showed us she don't have no Black in her. Let's continue.
No, he's Hindu and Irish. How does that equal?
He's not Hindu and Irish. That's not true. We can have different opinions, but not different facts. But let me tell you something.
So yeah, like
let me tell you something. Let me tell you something, Deshaun. If Kamala Harris was a
notice what he said. We can have different opinions, but not different facts. Sir, what facts do you have to show that her father is a foundational, or not even a foundational, just a Black person? When Kamala sat there and talked about how she was Black and talked about how she was smoking weed to Tupac Shakur, even though he was already dead and gone. Well, really, he wasn't out when she was in college, but when she said it, he was dead and gone. So it couldn't be corroborated. Even if it could be corroborated, it wouldn't have made any sense. Because like I said, her dad came out and said, I don't know what she's talking about. She was not raised like this. And her dad haven't been on speaking terms every damn since. If her dad has never claimed to be Black, why are we sitting here talking about her being Black? Her dad wrote a whole damn book, did a whole damn study saying that mass immigration hurts foundational Black Americans. Kamala Harris never picked up that rhetoric. She never picked up her father's book. So I would say that her father is more Black than she is, even if there is an inkling of Blackness in there somewhere. Shout out to our sister, Miss Denise. Thank you for being here. And thank you for this comment. I'm from Cali, so you know I'm not lying. You know 100% fold. I am not lying. Obama didn't inhale, though. Let's finish this up, because after this, we're going to go to the next segment. We spent 3 hours on this segment alone. We might need to do a part 2. Let's continue.
Blonde, blue-eyed white woman from Virginia and stood up for affordable health care and police reform and all the other things, and Donald Trump was against that, I would support the blonde, blue-eyed white woman from Virginia. So I don't have to prove her Blackness. I can stand by what her record is and what Trump was. The choice was between her and Trump. The choice wasn't whether I prove she's Black.
I'm talking about whether she's FDA. Yeah, I'm not talking about
fine. Whether she SDA or not, that's not why I support.
Notice he couldn't even say the damn word. He couldn't even say the damn acronym. He says FDA, whether she's FDA or not. Whether she's FDA or not. What the hell is a FDA? the Food and Drug Administration.
That's, whether she is that or not, I'll give you that. Now, let's go by who said what in terms of what they're going to do for us or not.
Kamala didn't say she would do anything from us or for us. When we sat Kamala down, she said, I'm not going to do anything or say I'm going to do anything that's only going to benefit black people. No. So what did she say that matters? I feel it. I feel it, my sister. We almost done with this clown. Hold up. We almost done. But since you put it in the
send in the clowns.
Let's let them finish.
Stood up at our convention and said she supported reparations. Does Donald?
She did not stand up at your convention and say, I stand for reparations. She never said that. She never said that. She never said that. She said, I think it's okay for people to give permission for people to ask for something for their vote. She did not say she stands for reparations. And it don't matter even if she did say she stood for reparations at your convention. Because guess what? She was in office with Joe Biden. They did nothing. She had the opportunity to speak on reparations when she took over for Biden running in the last election. She did nothing. You're not going to sit here and talk to us like we're stupid. And that's your problem. You talk to us like we're stupid, like we don't know what's going on, like we don't see what's happening right in front of our damn face. A B1 salute to our sister Queen C. Terry in the building. Oh, no, that's not it. There we go. Shout out to our sister C. Terry. Thank you for your super chat, my queen sister. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution as always, family. As always. Family, these folks, they just think that whatever they say, we're going to soak it in and just believe them. And even if we don't believe them, they just keep on saying it because even if we don't believe them, their Nabisco handlers might jest. Zavon is wild. Perms from men, perms on men, greens from a bath. Greens from a bathtub. I don't think so. Shout out to Zavon. You was a wild one for that one. Let's continue.
Trump support us getting reparations.
That's BS. You know that. You know she's not supporting any reparations.
She said
That's
it.
BS.
She said it.
You know that.
Oh, so now, so when she told Sheila Jackson Lee, who sponsored the bill in Congress, that I support it, she was lying because you don't want to answer the question I asked. Because Donald Trump is the one to say we'll never get it. So if you condemn her, who said she supported, why aren't you condemning Donald Trump, who said he wouldn't support it? See the problem.
I condemn them all, but Sheila Jackson Lee wasn't FBA either. She was Jamaican.
So was Marcus Garvey.
Marcus Garvey ain't up here telling me who I have to vote for.
Yeah, but he left a lot of books about what you ought to do. You see, the problem y'all got with me, that's why the guy ran out of the room, is that I can go back and forth. I grew up in the streets. I know all of this. So you can't run the mess here. Because we're gonna have a conversation, and a lot of stuff y'all cannot answer. We should have this dialogue. And you should say what you gotta say, and I say what I gotta say. But you call people one generation is some way. Ain't no whole generation, nothing. We always had differences in generations. Stop that. Let's be able to talk to each other rather than at each other. Let's take a break. Be right back.
All right. Now, to end off, let me address those points. Number one, he said, why aren't y'all bringing up this situation to Donald Trump? Because Donald Trump ain't out here trying to get our votes in that manner. And if he does, and every time he does, we keep saying the same thing, we're going to need some tangibles. That's number one. But the Democrats have been receiving our vote for over 60 plus years. They owe us. Out of any party that owe us, they freaking owe us. That's number one. Number two, he brings up how, you know what? Let's just run it back because I don't want to misquote what he was just saying here.
Yeah, or not. That's not why I support it. Whether she is that or not, I'll give you that. Now, let's go by who said what in terms of what they're going to do for us or not. She stood up at our convention and said she supported reparations. Does Donald Trump support us getting reparations?
That's BS. You know that. You know she's not supporting any reparations.
She said
That's
it.
BS.
She said it.
You know that. I know that.
So when she told Sheila Jackson Lee, who sponsored the bill in Congress, that I supported, she was lying because you don't.
So she supported a study bill because that's what HR 40 is. It is a bill to study reparations. It's a bill to study a study of reparations and then come up with goddamn suggestions. She signed on to that while turning around and telling us that I'm not going to do anything to benefit only Black Americans. No. The lie detector determined that was a lie. Continue.
I want to answer the question I asked because Donald Trump is the one to say we'll never get it. So,
and Donald Trump isn't the person we've been voting for, nor the Republican Party for over the past 60 years. Continue.
If you condemn her, who said she supported, why aren't you condemning Donald Trump, who said he wouldn't support it? See the problem.
Why aren't we condemning Donald Trump, who said he wouldn't support it? We didn't go and vote for Donald Trump. Nor is Donald Trump coming to us asking us what he can do to get our vote. It's been the Democratic Party that's been doing this for 60 plus years. This is a very easy argument to just lay down. No matter how you feel about Donald Trump versus the Democrats have been receiving our vote steady fast for 60 plus years. And they're expecting our vote again. They're the ones coming to us talking about Trump's racism. Roly-poly Martin keeps coming to us talking about Trump is trying to devour the Black community, everything that got passed for Blacks. Y'all are trying to fearmonger us rather than actually do for the community that put you in the office. I don't have to say F Donald Trump because I'm not going to go vote for Donald Trump anyway. Now, if Donald Trump came with a reparations package, well, that'll be a different conversation. But it isn't. I'm talking to the people who are used to getting our vote, the people who are used to talking to us like we are nothing, who are used to doing for everybody else except for us, who are used to using our history in order to lift up everybody else outside of our community. Yeah, those are the people we're talking to. Those are the people we're making things simple and plain to, because it's the Democratic Party that cannot get into office without us. Let me say that again for the Democrats in the back of the classroom. The Democratic Party cannot get to the White House, to the Senate without foundational Black Americans. It is that simple. That's why. Now that we're done with this Skeletor looking son of a gun, I was going to actually talk about that. You know what? Let me go ahead and do it. I'm just going to do it real quick. We might as well do it. Kid Gravity. Shout out to our brother Kid Gravity. Kid, if you are in the house and you just ain't said nothing in the chat, please let me know, because if you're available, I might need you to go ahead and touch on something, pause for the next couple of minutes or so. I might need you to come on up and have a conversation with me about this person that we're going to go to next, my good brother. If you are not in the room, I understand. But family, We got to switch from the Democrat over to the Republican. We got to do it for a hot second, family. A hot second. If you guys know or don't know about the woman named April Chapman, you know, the woman that used to do like marriage advice and things like that on her channel, but her channel wasn't going nowhere, so she became a grifter and started doing all the Republican type stuff. Shout out to our brother Kid Gravity for bringing that to my attention. Well, she has something to say about what our good brother Melrose had to say at that convention. But since she is on the Republican plantation, of course, she didn't want to agree with what he said. But while he was saying what he had to say, she was over there looking real light-skinned with the old school hair, real 5 heartbeatish. You know, the light-skinned girl in the crowd when they was bringing the fake people around to blew the 5 heartbeats. And he had to grab the mic and go, oh. Is there a heart? Is there a heart in the house tonight? Stand up. Let me know that you understand. You've got to have love. Because April is a house of love. April's looking just like this woman. And I learned, as soon as he got off the stage, that it don't take much to break a heart. Is a house for love. And then he goes and give her a little kiss, and she shook back into her seat, and everybody in the crowd just going wild like, yeah. This is what April looked like when speaking about our good brother Melrose. Let's get into it, family. Yes. And it came. Let's do it like we used to do in the tunnel. You know what I mean? Boom, boom, boom. That it don't take much to break a heart. Let's go.
Here. And basically, I just want to react to it. So
if you're 35 years old or younger, raise your hand. 4 people. So here's the thing. Y'all in trouble. Yesterday, you had Al Green up here talking about we need a Secretary of Reconciliation, and then that's going to include what he said was reparations, which, by the way, wasn't reparations. Reparations is more than a check, but the very first thing it is a check. And
hold on, family. Did you see her rubbing her neck? Did you see her rubbing on her neck? Yeah, family. Don't let the little body language fool you. Pay close attention to Miss April, Miss Chapman. Since she wanted to be all up in our business, let's go ahead and get up in hers.
Come this year during the midterms and in 2028. If you don't have our check, you
look at her looking at her nails, smiling, just all giddy. Family, am I the only one to feel like she over there kind of feeling our good brother Melrose mic flow? I kind of feel like that's what she over there feeling right now. I don't know if she's FBA, but I do know that she's over here smiling and rubbing her neck, looking at her nails. Hey, I done had several women wanting to flirt with me who has, and those are some of the very same things that they do. I'm just saying. Shout out to our sister Tiffany Jackson in the building. Church State reading the room. Yeah, hey, sometimes you got to keep your ears wide open so you can listen. And sometimes you can't hear nothing, so you got to keep those eyes wide open. My grandfather used to tell me this all the time. My eyes are so big so I can watch my back. He said, my grandson, I want you to understand, don't worry about when people call you Igor or call you a fish or anything like that, because God gave you the eye so you can watch your back. And I guarantee that one day that is going to work out for you. And he was right, and he stayed being right, because Paul most likely is always right. But yeah, I can see all of this. We peeping this. Let's let her continue.
Won't get no vote, no check, no vote. Yeah, I know that ain't what you wanted.
Oh, family, pay attention. Pay attention. As soon as he say no check, no vote, watch her mouth. Watch her mouth. And I'm not talking about the freaky way of watching her mouth, but still, watch her mouth.
Get no vote, no check, no vote. Yeah, I know.
Was that no check, no vote? That came out of her mouth right there?
You won't get no vote, no check, no vote. Our check, you won't get no vote, no check, no vote. Yeah.
And I kind of feel like she knew that we would see it, and that's why she dressed the way she's dressed. She's sitting there looking like she want to look sexy, but she really ain't sexy, because, you know, the ugliness within her is spewing out of her when she said reparations. Never mind, I ain't even got there yet. But yeah, it looks like she's kind of feeling the boy. In the words of my homeboy, it's kind of seemed like she's loving the crew. She loving the crew. Loving the crew. Let's continue.
I know that ain't what you want to hear, but that's what's happening. All of y'all in here, with all due respect, you're beautiful, but you're old. You're not talking to the youth. You don't know how to talk to the youth. You try to tell us what to do. We're not having it no more. So if you want our vote, you got to come with our paper. We're not scared of Trump. We're not scared of anybody. Biden is a racist. Trump is a racist. Kamala is a racist. And if you don't have our...
Now, family, she was smiling and she was all giddy. Her chest was protruding. She was breathing hard and all that other stuff, looking at her nails, scratching her neck. But the second our good brother said that Trump is a racist, Kamala and Biden is a racist, that's when her face, her whole facial structure right here just sinks. It sinks. Hold on. I'm going to run it back. Because that smile and that feminine energy gets real frowny and masculine real quick.
We're not scared of Trump. We're not scared of anybody. Biden is a racist. Trump is a racist. Kamala is a racist. And if you don't have our money, you don't get our vote. Yeah, who are you? Oh, all right, yeah, so like I was saying, I'm going to land my plane right there, but the Democrats are no better than the Republicans. No check, no vote. Y'all take care. And somebody get my man a tissue. He need a tissue.
Okay, y'all, you know why this is funny to me? First things first, ideologically, I don't align with these people, but I first want to make some comments on just initial observations. Is it me or is anyone else notice that liberal Black men are incredibly emotional like their matriarchal counterparts? Now, I'm going to make an observation. You have two Black men here, the one in the white and the one in the black. Now, the one in the black, you know, has a little bit more masculine aggression, but the way he handled and carried himself was very emotional. It was.
First and foremost, Melrose didn't say anything with emotion. He was speaking with passion, yes. Because if he would have been speaking from emotion, he might have called all the people in there coons, tap dancers, and all this other stuff. Second of all, it's really funny that you tried to say that, you know, the one in the black, he's more masculine, but, you know, he's really speaking from an emotional standpoint. No, he wasn't. And that's why you was over there getting hot all up in your seat, getting hot up in your pants. Your panties was protruding the jelly. Let's not act like you wasn't just sitting here just all blushful and all this other nonsense. A feminine man wouldn't be able to do that to another feminine person, would he? No, it has to take a masculine man to get you all dripping in your drawers. Oh yeah, family. The church is going to go a little bit deep for a second, so just bear with me. Just bear with me. I'm not going to go too deep, but we're going to go deep. It takes a masculine man to make a feminine woman protrude in her drawers. And you was quite literally sitting there showing all the body language that you was loving what he was saying. Could that be because your whole situation started to really show? Maybe, you're not really such of a conservative that you think you are, but you do know the people who watch your damn show, the people who watch your broadcast are conservatives. So of course you're going to come in and try to make it seem like reparations is the wrong thing to ask for and all this other nonsense, right? Yeah, this is why I needed our good brother KG up in the room, because KG, he would have been able to explain this to me, help me understand. I'm just saying. And if I got to say it twice, I'm super saying. I'm just super saying. Oh, let's continue.
More like a false masculinity. And although I applaud his bravery for at least at minimum confronting Democrats on their BS, his worldview still needs to be shaped a little bit more because he's still wrong. He was still talking about reparations.
And why shouldn't he be talking about reparations? That's what's owed to our people, April. And why would that be the wrong world view, April? I would have to ask you, because I don't know if you're married, but if you are, because you was given marital advice according to our good brother KG, and you fell off of that and became a goddamn tap dancing, boot licking, sambo ass Sambris, a little bedwitch. I can't even call you a bedwitch because I don't know who you're married to. I would be interested to know who your husband is and who are you married to. Is it a Bisco or is it a brother? You know what? I'll let this continue to play and I'll look it up. Let's see.
And that, it needs to be a check. And if you don't have our check, you don't get our vote, without even understanding how the Black community could even begin to get reparations in the first place. Like this comes from a fundamental misunderstanding of not just economics and the way the world works, but the Black community, by and large, has been discipled under a socialistic framework. What do I mean? We are well trained in protest and begging and whining and crying.
All right, let me be very clear with this woman right here, right now. Woman, you never really spoke about politics in the first place. How the hell would you know about politics? And not only do nobody here, I don't know you for politics. Nobody here knows you for politics. Even our good brother KG didn't know you for politics. All of a sudden, everybody else is ignorant to how politics work. Let me also say this. You can see right there at the bottom of the screen where she's promoting Slavery is a Choice, the documentary. Harpo, who is this woman? I'm telling you right now, I really don't know who this woman is. I really don't know. I don't even know. Hell, here's her page. She's quote unquote a Christian conservative. This is her page. I do not know who this woman is per se. I know what the type of content she used to do. However, when it comes down to her husband, let's see here. Oh, okay. All right. So she got her a Black husband. He might be a bootlick too. That's probably why when she saw Melrose standing on some real FBA business, she started getting weak in the knees. Then when she looked back at her husband, you know, she might be thinking to herself,
"You's a cool nigga."
He might be a tether. Who knows? But yeah, okay. So that's her. All right. She got a black husband. All right. Go ahead. Continue your conversation.
We know how to do that very well. But we've also been trained to look to government for the answers to our problems.
We? We.
April, either you're a dumbass or you don't know history. I'm not even going to say we can have a difference of opinion because I'm not Rolly Martin and I'm not Al Sharpton. I'm going to just let you know that you're stone cold upside down, absolutely wrong. We've had so many cities taken out where we was not depending on nobody. When we're not dependent on nobody and we're talking about practicing group economics and practicing doing for self and making sure that our brothers and sisters and our children are okay, we're going to just stand for ourselves and all this other stuff. Now everybody has to jump in and say, wait a second, that's not indicative of that. That's hateful. That is xenophobic. That is this, that is that. Before they would bomb us, now they use people such as yourself to try to tell us that we should be inclusive, including to the Nabisco. And to that,
get away from here with your nasty self and take those white people with you. You know how white people smell after the rain, like wet potato chips. Now get out of here.
And shout out to our brother Zavon. I don't know if she's an AKA. There's a lot of pink there, so it might just be that situation. But our brother Devon says, AKA another asshole. Another known asshole. Not all, but some. I feel you, my good brother. That is good. Another known asshole. Let's continue.
Unlike in a capitalistic framework, if you look at the Asian community, if you look at the Indian community, if you look at immigrant Africans who come to this America, they are well trained in capitalism and not.
No, the hell they're not. You got people being brought into this country that are quite literally grilling street meat off of a goddamn grocery cart on the corner, and the government does not bother them. This is one of the reasons why I think that the Most High said it was important for me to have the vision that I had last night and for me to bring it to you earlier today. Because now, do you see how she's speaking? The vision that I saw quite literally showed us that these people have been brought in to make sure that we can never build with each other again. We can't support our businesses. And if there is a business that we have, it's going to be put somewhere on the outskirts. It ain't going to be in our community. Someone else's businesses is going to be in our community. This is the Nabisco that did all of that. The Nabisco allows these people to come into our situations and bring their businesses and things like that, while excluding us from running businesses in our own damn communities. Don't sit here and try to play that goddamn bullshit rhetoric. You see, now I'm thinking 100% fold that you are a tether. Now I believe that you might be Caribbean or something like that, because that's the same nonsense that immigrants like to say when they come into the country, while ignoring the whole fact that the government has subsidized you every step of the damn way.
Socialism. And how we know this is because we never hear Indians and Asians and Africans complaining about representation, begging.
You know why? Because they're given representation without taxation. Because they are given representation without taxation. So they don't have to complain. You have goddamn Democrats running around here complaining for them. They're representing people who did not put them into office over and over again. So why are you saying we don't hear Asians doing this? That's because Asians are subsidized by the American government. When you say Africans, Africans are subsidized by the American government. And anybody that comes to America to build anything that they could not build in their homeland, they are subsidized by the American government. But people such as yourself will never bring that up. People such as yourself will never, ever bring that up.
In the government for what they're owed and what they should have, and give us this program and give us that program, and we don't have enough people that look like us in office here, and give us this symbolism, give us this statue, give us free. Like, you just don't hear them speaking in those kinds of categories because they're too busy focusing on greenery. And when I say greenery,
really, then why the hell are all these people running around talking about TPS? Why are all these people running around talking about deportations? Why are all these people running around talking about Donald Trump being the devil because, you know, he just want to get black immigrants up out of here? I could see why, and this did come directly from our good brother Melrose page. Shout out to him, and go follow him on X if you ain't following him on X already. Follow him on Twitter. He posted this. I don't know if he made this caption, but I can see why it says, a cute, stupid lady with a big head that kept having hot flashes and squirming in her seat while watching Melrose Mike's 2026 National Non-Action Network, submission says that she respects his bravery, but don't agree with reparations. Let's let her continue.
I am specifically talking about greenery as in growth and greenery as in money.
And who keep on stepping in the way of greenery as in growth and greenery as in money? Every reparations panel that I didn't see didn't have some Caribbean sitting on it.
African, the Asian, the Indian is focused on how many gas stations, beauty supply stores, nail salons, hotels and motels can we erect in these neighborhoods so we can earn our check.
In whose neighborhoods? No. Don't just say in these neighborhoods so we can earn our check. In whose neighborhoods, April? And who gives them all the documentation that's necessary in order to get these businesses erected? Who does that, April? And that's whether in Democrat cities or Republican cities. It's in our neighborhoods. All of the red tape is wiped away when it comes down to them, whether on the Republican side or on the Democratic side. They're all wiped away. And they're put in our neighborhoods. You ain't going to say that, are you? You clown looking ass chick. And it's bad enough. It's bad enough that we have to deal with this side with the Democrats, but with the Republicans as well, regardless of whether you're on the Democratic side or the Republican side. It seems like if you're black, you're using the same damn talking points. musty mops. The model minority talking points. Let's let her continue. Speak no English while you... Why you spell English like that? English. No, speak no English. While you and I have to pass the test, but they get to get a job. They get a job. And did I say they get a job? You're absolutely correct, my queen sister. She said, I speak no English. Oh man, that's how they say it too. You are not like me speaking no English, until you in the stores. Hurry up and buy.
Whereas the Black American, this young gentleman here, is coming from a place of liberation language and reparation requests and wanting money. Now, he is acknowledging that Democrats are trash, and he's right. They are completely disconnected. Everybody in here is old.
All right, Ashley, or April, or whatever the A name is. April, let me let you know something. Everybody wants cash in America. From the poorest to the rich, they want cash. When something happens to the Nabisco, they want remedies with cash, tangibles. So the fact that you're sitting there and saying, well, while all these other immigrants come to America and they get to shine and all of this other stuff, he's sitting there asking for reparations and asking and using a revolutionary language. Exactly, because we are revolutionary. We changed the dynamic to what it's supposed to be. And if it wasn't for us being the revolutionaries that we are, your ass most likely wouldn't be here, because I really don't think that you're foundational whatsoever. Now, April, now that we're through with you and we're done with you, I swear I believe either you're Caribbean or you're just a mammy-pammy bootlick, grew up in the burbs thinking that her proximity to whiteness will save her. I want to have a conversation with your husband. Now, before we continue, family, we might just touch on this Roland Poland Martin situation and end it there, and then get into the Ginyu Force tomorrow. Because we're looking at what? 3 hours, 47 minutes right now. I'm not trying to keep you too much longer. However, we do need to touch on Snorlax. We got to talk on Snorlax. We got to speak about Snorlax. Before we do, though, let me go ahead and give a B1 salute to our good brother, Black Truth United, for everything that he does in front and behind the camera, as well as our sister Brooke, as well as our good brother Greg Marcel Dixon. Let's get into it.
Introducing the B1 Rolodex, the easiest way to search for and support FBA and B1 businesses. Hundreds of entries from the Black grassroots for the Black grassroots. Free to use, free to download, constantly updated. Trouble navigating the document? Try using the map version. Notice a business missing? Use this simple Google form to submit an FBA or B1 business. Also submit anti-black businesses, which are now being collected in that last tab. Find resources, contact numbers, and much more using the second tab. All the info you need to start practicing group economics today. Go to blacktruthunited.com. That's blacktruthunited.com.
They say doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result is insanity. I say it's stupidity. We as Black Americans have been voting for the Democrats with over 90% of our votes going to them for the past 60 years. And what do we have to show for it? I'll tell you, we are 15 to 20% of the population, but nearly 60% of the homeless. We have aborted over 20 million of our Black babies. Our wealth is heading backwards, and we own less homes now than we did during Jim Crow. I'm not saying vote for the Republicans. I'm saying don't vote for any party. Vote for good policies. If anyone comes to us and they ask for or demand the Black vote, you tell them to show me your Black policies.
I am Greg Marcel Dixon, and I approve this message.
Evenmelanin.com. New healthier glass bottles. No microplastic, can't be wrong. Smooth and even, let the glow begin. Melanin, age with grace at Even Melanin. Melanin, radiant skin where beauty's from within. Melanin, feel the love with Even Melanin. Evenmelanin.com.
All right, family. All right. We need to get into the Snorlax. And we might be able to knock this out, family. We might be able to get this out of here under the 5-hour mark. However, we'll see what happens. Let's see what happens. Let's go here because I got to give a B1 salute to our brother Snatch Adams. Thank you for your super chat. Once again, family, your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution as always, family. Who's worse, Democrat mammies or Republican mammies? That's a tough one. I'm going to have to say both. You know, regardless of whether it's on the Republican side or the Democratic side, a mammy is a mammy, and a mammy is going to be a mammy as far as she can be. You know, and just being a mammy in itself is an irritation. You dig me? So I would have to say both. I can't even pick one over the other because it's going to be different type of mammy in, right? You're going to have the mammies on the right side that want to make it seem like the Nabisco is just our friend and our only friend outside of everybody else. And there's nobody else who's done as much as for us, are stood with us as the Nabisco. And then the mammies on the Democratic side, they will sit there and make sure everybody know that the Nabisco is a straight up evil bastard, but most of those people will be married to him. So it is a very, very hard decision to make when it comes to these mammies, because both mammies are mammies nonetheless. They just mammy a little bit different from the other. But thank you for that question, and thank you for your super chat, my good brother. That was a tough one. That was a tough one because I started to think I was going to compare, but then, you know, the Most High was like, Negro, slapped me in the back of the head. Like, Negro, what you mean compare? Ain't no comparison. They're both mammies nonetheless. Evil is evil nonetheless. There is no less of two evils. So shout out to you for that. And also, shout out to the Most High for slapping me in the back of the head and making sure that I understood that evil is evil. Unless you get you a piece of evil. Never mind. Let me shout out to Eddie Murphy for that. And shout out to everybody who knows what I'm referencing there. Now, let's get into what Roly Poly Martin had to say, family, because Roly Poly Martin, you know this dude. He couldn't leave it alone. And you know, when he saw Al Sharpton get ran up on, he was going to say something. You know he was going to say something. Look, everybody put it in the chat. Vampire in Brooklyn. Shout out to one of my favorite movies by Eddie Murphy. One of them. It is a goated movie nonetheless. Now, let's get into what Roly Poly Martin had to say about the situation with our good brother Melrose. Mike.
So, y'all know, we spend a lot of time really trying to help people out, to help them understand politics, to help them understand how things actually get done. And there was a clip I saw that was posted on the social media of a brother who asked this question. Matter of fact, I'm just going to go ahead and play it right here, y'all.
Hey, notice he's not going straight to the tablet anymore, right? He's making sure before he switched the tablet over that what he's trying to put on the screen is actually on the screen so that nobody will see his lingering bussy. Just saying. Let's continue.
Okay. All right. So listen to this. I just want y'all to just listen. Okay. So listen to this.
Briefly, we have to get going in one moment. Step up, tell us your name, and briefly, what's on your mind?
Hey, yo, as I look around this room, if you're 35 years old or younger...
Before we continue, family, if you don't think that these people be stalking us, just know these people be stalking us. This is our good brother Chris right here. This is the same place where I got mine from, but mine came directly from Melrose the first time, and then it came from Chris. Because I like the super FBA right there. However, that means that they're following or they're looking at the same pages that we're looking at and following. And no shade to our brother Chris, but Chris doesn't really have one of those super large platforms to where everybody if he posts something, everybody will see it because he has a super large platform. No, he's Black Grassroots. So that means that they're in the Black Grassroots looking at what we're doing, looking at what we're speaking about, looking at what we're holding in high regard. Let's continue.
Raise your hand. 4 people. So here's the thing. Y'all in trouble. Yesterday, you had Al Green up here talking about we need a Secretary of Reconciliation, and then that's going to include what he said was reparations, which, by the way, wasn't reparations. Reparations is more than a check, but the very first thing it is a check. And come this year during the midterms and in 2028, if you don't have our check, you won't get no vote. No check, no vote. Yeah, I know that ain't what you want to hear, but that's what's happening. All of y'all in here, with all due respect, you're beautiful, but you're old. You're not talking to the youth. You don't know how to talk to the youth. You're trying to tell us what to do. We're not having it no more. So if you want our vote, you got to come with our paper. We're not scared of Trump. We're not scared of anybody. Biden is a racist. Trump is a racist. Kamala is a racist. And if you don't have our money, you don't get our vote. Yeah, not. Who are you? Oh, all right, yeah, so like I was saying, I'm going to land my plane right there, but the Democrats are no better than the Republicans. No check, no vote.
Now, family, I want y'all to look at the screen. I want y'all to look at the screen. Right about here. You see where it says follow back? That means that Roland was personally looking at someone who's a part of the Black Grassroots, who actually follows him to keep up and see what's going on. I already know why Chris followed him. But it says follow back, which means this is Roland personally looking at this. This is Roland personally scrolling through the Twitter streets and coming across this. Let's continue.
I'll take care. And somebody get my man a tissue. He need a tissue.
All right. So I saw that, and a couple of people actually posted that on their Instagram accounts. And I've asked a very basic question.
Now notice, he said multiple people posted that on the Instagram account. Family. This is not Instagram, is it? He's trying to make it seem like he don't follow the people that's been posting this. You quite literally, you might not be following them, but you're keeping an eye on them. Otherwise, you would have played the Instagram video. Otherwise, you would have played the Instagram video. But go ahead.
Election. How do you get a account? And a couple of people actually posted that on their Instagram accounts. And I've asked a very basic question. How do you get a tangible before the election? You don't. You get a promise. Someone can say, this is what I'm going to advocate for if you elect me. Okay. So let's just say someone running for a House seat says that I'm going to advocate for you for that reparations check. Got it. What then happens if that person running is a Democrat? Because I would see one Republican who supports reparations. What happens if that person loses? Who's advancing the issue? Now let me flip it. What happened if that person in your congressional race wins, but nationally Democrats don't win another 217 seats? That means that Republicans are in control of the U.S. House.
All right, let's stop there for a second. It's funny that these people come out speaking to us as if we don't understand how politics work, when quite literally right now they're showing us how politics work. The Democratic Party don't have the majority in the House or the Senate, but yet they were able to shut down the American government. Do I have to say that again for the idiots in the back? The Democratic Party does not have the House or the Senate. The House and the Senate are ran and controlled by the majority, which are Republicans. But yet, when it has nothing to do with you, foundational Black Americans, whether they are the minority or the majority, they can get things done. Let's go here, family, to the first person in Again You Force, Ayanna Presley, who's been working her ass off trying to make sure that temporary protective status does not go away for the Haitians. Let's go here.
I rise to make a motion to discharge H.R. 1689 to require the Secretary of Homeland Security to designate Haiti for temporary protected status. This is common sense policy that will save lives and benefit the American public. I strongly urge my colleagues to support this bipartisan effort and vote yes.
The yeas are 219, the nays are 209. The motion is adopted.
I rise.
What motion is adopted? TPS, temporary protective status. This is in the House. They just passed the TPS for Haitians in the House, and Democrats do not run the House. They're the minority in the House. All of a sudden, they have a bipartisan bill for temporary protection for Haitians. Do not talk to me about having a certain amount of votes. Let's go here.
6 Republican members of Congress are facing backlash now for supporting a Democrats' measure to extend temporary protected status for over 300,000 Haitian migrants. Our congressional correspondent Bill Malugin has the latest on that for us. Hello, Bill.
Hey, Sandra, good afternoon to you. In the next 15 to 30 minutes or so, we expect the House to start voting on a three-year extension of TPS for 350,000 Haitians living in the U.S. And right now, there's a whole lot of outrage on the right because of what happened yesterday. That was when 6 House Republicans voted with Democrats to advance this motion to extend the TPS. Now, this only is moving forward today because of the help from Republicans yesterday, and some of them are now explaining themselves on X. Nebraska Congressman Don Bacon writing in part, quote, removing TPS status for Haitians living in the United States would cost 350,000 workers their ability to work at a time when we're already facing serious workforce shortages. I don't see the goodness of deporting people who are here legally working and contributing to our country, but Republican immigration hawks are slamming these GOP members. Pennsylvania Congressman Scott Perry writing in part, quote, 6 Republicans teamed up with Democrats to allow backdoor amnesty for hundreds of thousands of Haitians who came into our country illegally, betraying American citizens. Then Texas Congressman Brandon Gill wrote, quote, today we're going to find out which members of Congress think America is a sovereign nation and which ones think America is the world's permanent hotel. As you can imagine, Democrats now feel wind in their sails ahead of today's vote, and they say these 350,000 Haitians are critical to America.
Haitian TPS holders are parents. They are most definitely caregivers.
This is our second member of the Ging U Force, Kristen Clark, the Coon U Force, that is. I don't know if she could be considered a Coon U, though, but she is a part of the Coon U Force. Let's be very clear. I looked this woman dead in her damn face and told her if she did not do something for the foundational Black Americans that the Democrat Party would lose in 2024. I looked her dead in her face. I looked Ron Reynolds dead in their face. I looked goddamn Sheila Jackson Lee dead in her face. Senator Boris dead in their face. I told them all. But yet, instead of doing for foundational Black Americans, instead of doing for their core base, here they are doing for a bunch of people who shouldn't even be in the country. Who shouldn't even be in the country. So don't talk to me about votes rolling. Don't talk to me about having support rolling. These folks are the minority in Congress, in the House and the Senate, but yet they're able to get something passed through the House. After, of course, shutting down the American government for a bunch of illegals. They have tactics. They just don't use them for our benefit. A B1 salute and a shalom to our sister Rosemary in the building. Much love to you and thank you for being here, my sister Queen. Let's let her continue.
They're small business owners, healthcare providers. They are the essential threads in the fabric of our communities.
Then why the hell are you asking us for our vote if they're the central thread in these communities? Why? Why are you choosing to come to us to ask us to put you back in office when you continue to thread the central thread? You continue to stand up for the central thread, which is a bunch of people that can't vote for you. Continue.
This is currently being debated on the House floor as we speak right now. Several House Republicans are speaking out against extending TPS for Haitians. The official vote is going to happen sometime between 1:30 and 1:45 p.m. We'll be inside. We'll keep our viewers updated.
And as we saw, it passed. And as I stated, it needs to become a dead bill in the Senate, or Trump needs to just veto it. That would be my suggestion. But Trump can't veto it until it gets to his desk. So it should die in the Senate. And if it passed the Senate, then Trump should veto it. Now, I want to go over here to this Democrat as well, because I want to hammer this home. While they're saying we need all these people, we need all these votes, and we need how you gonna get what you want if you ain't got nobody in there to vote it in? They're able to get things passed for a bunch of illegals and quite literally a bunch of people that shouldn't be here to begin with, but yet they don't have the House, they don't have the Senate. So why are you talking to us like anything is different?
Hey, y'all, amazing news. I just got done voting. The House of Representatives has officially passed extending TPS for Haiti for 3 years. This is a huge win in a Republican Congress. And thank you so much to Congresswoman Ayanna Pressley for her leadership in putting this discharge petition forward. And I'm proud to have co-led this with her. We got Democrats and Republicans together to say it is immoral, it is unjust, it is not right to expel 350,000 of our Haitians, brothers, sisters, and siblings who live in this nation to Haiti right now, where what's going on in Haiti is so...
Family, I don't know about you, but I don't have no Haitian brothers, sisters, or siblings. How about you? Do any of the family in the chat have any Haitians, brothers, sisters, or siblings? Even though siblings mean brothers and sisters, but that's what he said, so I'm going to say it like he said it. Why is them going home our problem? It isn't. And my grandfather used to tell me all the time, never trust a nigga whose glasses got any type of designer stripes or anything like that in it. You see these? It reminds me of the cheetah print. My grandfather hates these type of glasses on men because he said you can always tell a man's character by the glasses he wears if he needs to wear glasses. My dad wear Coke bottle glasses because his eyes gotten so bad over the years. And when I say he wear Coke bottle glasses, if y'all ever seen the movie Matilda, the little girl that had on the big old glasses, those are the type of glasses my dad wears. And they're straight up black, and his other pair straight up gray. My grandfather would look at people who wear glasses like this and say, not only will this man be willing to sell you out, but he'll be willing to bend over to do so. I love you, Paul. Thank you for all the knowledge. Not only will he be willing to sell you out, but he will be willing to bend you over in order to do so. My grandmother had glasses like this. And I mean the exact style of glasses where quite literally it looks like cheetah prints. She used to have the little chain on her neck where the glass, she could take them off and just drop them down in case she's talking some stuff to the family, to us, namely, you know, the kids. And she need to get serious real quick. She just dropped those glasses off her face and it start hanging on her chest. These are the glasses she would have on her face. Shout out to the Hula Gang in the building. Much love to you and thank you for being here. Exactly. Oh, fantastic point. He got on the cheetah girl glasses. Exactly. And that's exactly how my grandfather looked at these type of glasses. My grandfather told us, if you ever need to wear glasses, you make sure to get you a basic frame. You don't need to be stylish or nothing like that. He said usually when people are trying to be stylish, it's because they have a little bit more rainbow in them than anything. And you can read through the lines. My grandfather didn't say rainbow. My grandpa, even though I have a gay cousin that all of us love, who's always been a writer. Okay. My grandpa, he would say things just straight up. And even my cousin would look at it like, hey, he's not lying. But he wouldn't call them rainbow. He would call them a loose cigarette, if you guys know the definition of the word that defines a loose cigarette. And my grandfather was always making sure we understood, like, hey, cut that out. That's that loose cigarette stuff. So trust me, when I saw this, man, and I saw those glasses, and the first thing in my mind said, Grandpa was right. And Grandpa continues to be right. Shout out to my pawpaw, who'll be 93 this year. Shout out to him. But let's let him continue. I digress. I apologize, but I don't apologize, because that is something that we've been seeing continuously with a lot of these situations. People coming in, dressing weird and acting weird. Our elders was telling us about this way back in the day, and now we're seeing it all happen right on cue. Right on cue. But let's let him continue. Oh, a rolling Poland Martin. Bussy Brigade. Anyway, shout out to you, bro, Jeremy. Thank you for being here, family. Let's continue.
Unique and so singular. There's a humanitarian crisis. Our country has to do more to help Haiti. But right now, we should not be expelling 350,000 people to Haiti. It's immoral. It's unjust.
Why is it immoral and why is it unjust when there's 350,000 people who knew that that would be temporary? When has it ever been unjust when any other president has granted and removed temporary status from anybody? When you say unjust, you have to now prove to us, foundational Black Americans, people who have gone through the most unjust government in all history. How is it unjust to send people home when they knew that their stay here in America was temporary? I mean, make it simple. You can't make it simple because you're willing to sell us out to be bent over. What Janet Jackson say? All these years we've been married and you over here letting somebody bend you over. The dude said, ain't nobody bending me over. Oh, so what? You the one doing the bending? He's the one getting bent over. He ain't doing no bending. And even to our brother AO, for refugees, they're not refugees unless the courts say that they're refugees, my good brother. They tried to come here and claim refugee status. But when they go to the courts, the judges remove those refugee status because they say 9 times out of the 10, for every 9 illegal aliens coming here trying to claim refugee status, for every 10 refugees that come here trying to claim refugee status, all these illegals, 1 out of 9, from 1 to 9, is denied because their country don't fall under the conditions of a refugee or fall under the conditions of a refugee status. So the courts say there are certain things that you must be going through in order to be considered a refugee. Economic poverty is not one of those things. So when most people come over here, they're thinking that they can say economic poverty gives them right to claim refugee status. And 9 times out of the 10, the courts always say the same thing. No, that's not what refugee status means. You are not being persecuted politically because your government don't like the fact that you're telling the truth. You are not somebody who was working within the government that we was at war with, and you came out to get away from those people and told us all the secrets of the government in order for us to take them down. You're not one of those people. You're not one of those people who we've bombed, who we've actually hit their government with hard precision military tactics. So you decide to leave there because your country has now become war torn because of us. You're not one of those people. You're just people who are globally trying to feed into the narrative of getting what the quote unquote immigrant gets when they come to America, when you're not a quote unquote immigrant at that time. According to all of the legal statutes, including the immigration statute, the policy on immigration, you are an illegal alien until given that term refugee. If no court says that you are a refugee, you maintain an illegal status. So shout out to our good brother AO for that. And I feel I know exactly what you meant, my good brother, and how you feel on the situation. Anybody that flees, I get you, my good brother. However, anybody that flees conflict is not a refugee. Anybody that flees conflict is a fleer. Now, if you're fleeing conflict due to us dropping the bombs over Baghdad, in the words of our good brothers Outcast, then that's a lot different, because we're causing a situation where you're being displaced. We're causing a situation where your country's under siege. We're causing a situation where we're forcing people to leave their country. So that's a lot different. They automatically would get refugee status if they came over here with that situation. In the very same way that Joe Biden, punk self, I was going to say punk ass, but anyway, punk self, brought over the people from Afghanistan and said, hey, they have refugee status now. He can do that as a sitting president because of the fact that there was a lot of warfare due to us being in Afghanistan. So that point right there, the courts can't go back and say, hey, these people aren't refugees. Do you see what I'm saying? There is a deeper meaning behind refugees rather than a person that flees their country to come here. And that's why the courts do not, and that's why most of these people have orders of removals. The courts do not recognize poverty as a reason to come to America. The courts do not recognize your leader not listening to you guys, or not listening to the fact that you guys want to be trans and things like that in your country, and the leader don't agree with that. None of those things falls into the category of refugee. And that's why the courts have been ruling in the way they've been ruling. That's why the courts have been making sure people have final orders of removal when they don't even go to court to even argue their status as a refugee, because they know it's going to get denied. Now, I might have digressed a little bit, but it's very important for us to know the differences between the terminology. And that's why I continuously make it very clear that we need to call these people illegal aliens, because that is a proper terminology that is in the immigration code. And that's what we should be using, because it's in the immigration code. All those who are on the land without any type of government permission, or any type of asylum, or anything like that, all of these people are illegal aliens. Just like the refugees that are brought over here, they will let you know right off the back, like Biden did with the goddamn Afghanistans, the Afghanis, excuse me, or whatever, however the hell you say this stuff. He brought them over here and said straight off the top, these people are refugees, and we're going to fund these refugees so that they can actually have some sort of family situation here in America. They won't have to worry about not being able to feed their families. That's because that falls under what the code of refugee is, what the definition of refugee is. And even with the Afrikaners, you're right, my good brother. I'm glad you brought that up. Trump declared those people refugees. He's a president of the United States. However, if nobody brings up an argument against that, they're going to stay refugees. And notice, no Democrat has brought up an argument to the Supreme Court that these people are not refugees. None of these people have brought up to the Supreme Court or any court, the immigration court, anything like that. None of these people in the Democratic Party have gone to the immigration courts to say, hey, these folks over there, they're not refugees. They don't fall under refugee status. But they didn't do that because they are themselves trying to keep people in the country that does not fall under refugee status. Excuse me. Give me a second. Excuse me. Yeah, but the Democrats are doing the same thing because they know that they're trying to keep people in the country that doesn't fall under refugee status either. That's the facts. And that's why nobody is saying nothing about the Afrikaners. They'll talk about it. They will talk about it, but they'll talk about it to show you guys how demonic Donald Trump is for bringing those people over here. But the fact of the matter is, they're not going to go and actually do any work. They're not going to do any legal work in order to get these people removed, because then what they do in the courtroom will then turn back on them, because at least you got a sitting president calling these people refugees. These other people that you're trying to keep in the country and call refugees broke into the country knowingly, knowing that their status would not qualify in the courts. So yeah, they're both still working with each other, even when it appears that they're not. But let's continue with this guy and get through this here.
And I'm proud that Democrats and Republicans came together to say we're not going to expel 350,000 of our neighbors, our Haitian brothers, sisters, and siblings to Haiti right now when they're going through a humanitarian crisis. It's unjust. It's immoral. It's evil. It's not right.
What humanitarian crisis are they going through right now? That earthquake was over a while ago. Yeah, you know that earthquake that hit Haiti that made America grant them TPS status? Yeah, that earthquake was a while ago. Why haven't they built up their damn country since then? Why haven't the people that's been here milking the cow of America gone home and said, okay, we didn't been in America long enough, let's take this back home and build back up our country? Why isn't people over there trying to help barbecue get things straight? Continue.
And my hope is that this gives you some hope, especially in this crazy time. We're not going to win every fight we get into, but damn it, we got to be in a fight every single day on behalf of the people. Now this bill goes on to the Senate, but today I'm happy we were able to get this done.
Now notice what the hell he just said. He said we're not going to be able to get in a fight every day, but we need to fight for the American people. But you're not fighting for the American people. You're fighting for everybody that's outside of America who wants to come in America and then leech off of America. What are you talking about? The American people that put you all into office, the American people that you keep trying to concentrate your attention on, which is foundational Black Americans, you keep coming to us, asking us to put you guys back in the office, but you're doing everything for everybody but the people that you want to put you back in office for. That makes no sense. It makes absolutely no sense. But once again, they were able to do all of this without the majority in the House, the Senate, and the presidency. But Roland Martin ain't saying that. He's not saying that at all. Family, let's continue. Go back.
Your bill will not even get to the floor. Okay. Let's say your person wins, and let's say Democrats win majority of the House seats. Got it. you're going to need 218 people. So your person may say, power to the people, I support this. But you're going to need 217 more votes.
Did you say that to her? Did you say that to Ayanna Pressley? Did you say that to Ayanna Pressley and the Democratic Party when it comes to this TPS situation for Haitians? I don't think so. Not only did you not say that to the Democrats when they were pushing this TPS situation, right now, foundational Black Americans need a hate crime bill. We need a hate crime bill. I don't hear you talking to them at all saying, hey, you're going to need other people's votes, so you need to agree with other people's interests and agreement so that they can vote with you. I never heard you speak like that to anybody outside of us. Roland, you goddamn Snorlax, the man that the Pokeball cannot hold. Never heard you speak like that. And when we speak about a foundational Black American hate crime bill, a Freedman hate crime bill, you start talking like, oh, y'all dumb. Y'all, they already passed the hate crime bill. The Justice and Policing guy, they're talking about that, but that didn't get passed. You got to understand that the federal hate crime bill, the Emmett Till federal hate crime bill is there, this, that, and the third, but yet that does not apply to anything that isn't federal. While things like this is out here happening to us.
And more breaking news out of Henrico, where a nurse accused of abusing premature infants at a local hospital has now pled no contest to several charges, including abuse. Our Melissa Hippolyte was in the courtroom today and shares what we've learned.
Former Henrico Doctors Hospital NICU nurse Erin Stroutman pled no contest to 9 different charges of felony child abuse. Now, she was originally facing 20 counts of felony child abuse and malicious wounding related to incidents involving 9 different babies who were injured in the NICU at Henrico's Doctors Hospital, stemming all the way back to 2022. Now,
in case you guys don't remember this case, shout out to our good brother Torian Reigns that brought it to the forefront, at least for me, that there was this Nabisco woman going around breaking our baby's bones. There was this woman going around breaking our baby's bones. I ain't heard nothing from the Democratic Party. I haven't heard nothing from anybody outside of us. But let's continue. I want y'all to hear her punishment for breaking Black babies' bones.
the no contest pleas mean that Stroutman contends she never intended to hurt the babies, but she acknowledges there is sufficient evidence to find her guilty. As CBS 6 previously reported, multiple babies were found with broken bones in the NICU in the late summer of 2023, and Stroutman was placed on paid administrative leave at the time by the hospital. An investigation by Child Protective Services at that time found child abuse, but a perpetrator could not be identified. Stroutman was ultimately brought back to work, and within weeks, 3 more babies suffered broken bones. Stroutman left out a side door and did not talk to the media, so we were unable to talk to her. None of the victims' families wanted to talk to us either. Now, during the plea hearing, prosecutors showed video of Stroutman caring for a couple of the babies. In the videos, you could see her pushing down on 2 of the babies' legs forcefully, and you could see her holding one of the babies while she was sitting down and then falling over onto her side while still holding the baby. Families cried while the videos were shown in court.
You have seen what she did to my baby on that camera. She is evil.
Stroutman's attorney said Stroutman was using a technique on the babies to relieve gas that she had learned from other nurses in the hospital, but the Commonwealth said that method was not supposed to be used on NICU babies. They also said Stroutman loved being a nurse and never intended to cause harm. Commonwealth's attorney Shannon Taylor said all of the babies in the plea were mishandled, and her office felt it was appropriate to present this plea to obtain justice for all 9 of the babies. In terms of sentencing, the Commonwealth is asking the judge to impose a sentence of no more than 3 years behind bars. Commonwealth's Attorney Shannon Taylor said that all of the families agreed to that term in the plea agreement. Now, the sentencing will be held on June 5th here in Henrico County at 11 a.m.
And shame on each and every family that agreed to that goddamn plea deal. Shame on you. Shame on you. You got me messed up. You think I'm going to agree to this woman getting months? Let me run that back.
Never intended to cause harm. Commonwealth's Attorney Shannon Taylor said all of the babies in the plea were mishandled, and her office felt it was appropriate to present this plea to obtain justice for all 9 of the babies. In terms of sentencing, the Commonwealth is asking the judge to impose a sentence of no more than 3 years behind bars. Commonwealth's Attorney Shannon Taylor said that all of the families agreed to that term in the plea agreement. Now, the sentencing will be held on June 5th here in Henrico County at 11 a.m. In Henrico, I'm Melissa Hippolyte for CBS 6.
Family. And that's the original picture right there. Family, shame on anybody that allowed this person to get a plea agreement of no more than 36 months. I'm not going to go in years. I want y'all to understand in months what they're talking about. 36 months for breaking the bones of our babies. I have not heard not one Democrat speak up on this. Exactly, my brother. What they give Mike Vick, I believe it was 5 years they gave Mike Vick. And that was for hurting dogs. So you're saying baby human beings should be less than dogs. Their hurt, their pain, their victimization should be treated less than a dog that's victimized. Roland never brings up that. Roland never speaks on that while they're over here fighting to get TPS for a bunch of people that should be going bye-bye. Yeah, this is why we don't rock with you, Roland. This is why we don't rock with Al Sharpton. We don't rock with none of you bootlicking coons. But go ahead and continue.
117 votes don't come from all black districts or majority black districts. They don't. Okay, let's say your person wins, and let's say you do get 217 other votes. It now has to go to the United States Senate. You're going to need 60 votes. Right now, Republicans control the Senate. You ain't getting no check. Let's say Democrats win in November, and let's say they have a 51-49 lead. 51-49 majority. They're going to need 9 more votes to get to 60. Can you name me 9 Republicans who are going to support this issue? No, you can't. Let's say Democrats get to 53 votes. You're going to need 7 more votes. Can you name me the 7? No, you cannot. Because they don't support your issue.
You know who else don't support Democratic issues? The majority of the country. But guess what ends up happening? They get done. Let's go over here real quick, family. I got to go here for a hot second, family. We got to do it. Let me pull this down for a second. Hold on. Because right there in Minnesota, you got your AG in Minnesota over there trying to quite literally arrest federal agents for doing their goddamn jobs. Let's go here, family. Let's go here.
Mary Moriarty. Today, our office has charged Gregory Donnell Morgan, an Immigration and Customs Enforcement, ICE agent, with 2 counts of second-degree assault. There is now a warrant for Mr. Morgan's arrest, which allows law enforcement to arrest him anywhere in the country. Before I address the details of this case, I want to take a moment to talk about the timeline and why a charging decision was reached earlier in this case than in the shooting of Julio Sosa Solis and the killings of Alex Preddy and Renee Good. I know the community is following the decisions of this office very closely, and I want to be transparent on why these situations are developing at different speeds. This case followed the typical investigation and submission process for cases coming to our office. The Minnesota State Patrol received a 911 call from the victims, who had a gun pointed at them by the driver of a vehicle who pulled up next to them illegally on the shoulder. The State Patrol was able to...
No, family. I'm not going to sit here and say Roland never have solutions. I'm not going to say that. My question is why his solutions never include anything outside of voting for the Democrats. I've never heard a solution outside of him saying vote for the Democrats to get them in to do A, B, and C. That's my problem. I'm not going to say he never come with solutions. The solutions just never not involve voting for the Democrats. That's his solution. In the very same way, a lot of these goddamn Republicans will sit here and say the solution for Black Americans is to vote Republican. But shout out to you, my good brother. Much love to you for that comment. Let's continue.
Investigate thoroughly, identify Mr. Morgan, and conduct an interview with him at the Whipple building. After finalizing the investigative case file, the State Patrol submitted the case to our office for potential charges. Virtually none of the obstacles around evidence collection that exist for the January shootings exist in this case. On February 5th, Mr. Morgan was driving illegally on the shoulder of eastbound Highway 62, or the crosstown, just past the Portland Avenue exit, appearing to attempt to bypass slower traffic.
Now, family, I'm not going to play the rest of this because this woman here, she is an eyesore and a bore at that. Shout out to our sister, Andrea Jones, for this bar right here because, you know, nasty and sassy. That right there, you know what I mean? Roly Poly Ball Martin is always nasty and sassy with his round, pathetic self, and you're absolutely correct, my queen sister. But yeah, I said I'm not going to allow this to continue, but however, I'm going to go to a news article that will just break it down. We don't need to hear her slowly sit here and explain because that's what she's doing. She's sitting here explaining. Let's go here.
Is being criminally charged for actions they took while on duty. Hennepin County Attorney Mary Moriarty's office has issued a nationwide arrest warrant for 35-year-old ICE agent Gregory Morgan Jr. after charging him with 2 counts of second-degree assault for allegedly pointing his gun at 2 people on the highway back in February. According to the criminal complaint, this was during rush hour traffic, and the alleged victims saw an unidentified black SUV driving along the shoulder of the highway flying past traffic, so they briefly pulled their car in front to cut them off. That's when Morgan pulled up next to them, rolled down his window, and pointed his gun at them, which State Patrol says they could clearly see on highway cameras. The ICE agent told State Patrol that he thought those individuals were agitators who were trying to cut him off because they knew he was a federal agent. That's something agents had been dealing with a lot there. Moriarty, though, says there's no evidence to support that.
There's no evidence to support it. Well, the woman said herself that the people cut into the lane because they saw a car coming up on the side. So they cut over in order to slow that car down and then got back into their lane. Why are you going into a lane that isn't a lane? Usually when the police is on the freeway and it is crowded on the freeway, if it's stop and go traffic, if they do not have any sirens, they will get on the outskirts of the lanes, which means the lanes that are closer to the barriers. What makes you think that you can, even if you saw a car coming up the barrier, you're not allowed to swerve out of traffic in order to slow that car down who is illegally driving on the barrier? Because you just committed an illegal act as well. So yeah, you were impeding, whether you knew that they were police or not. You saw a car coming regardless, and you decided upon yourself, you took it upon yourself to just swerve on over, which is illegal. So you saw somebody pulling an illegal move, and you pulled an illegal move in order to stop them from doing or pulling an illegal move? No, you just proved that you yourself did the same thing that you were trying to say that they were doing. Exactly, my sister. They cut them off on purpose. Obstruction of police. The police drive in those lanes all the time. Especially here in Houston, especially in California. California is known for having the police drive on the outskirts of the lines. Oh, that's another great, fantastic point in addition to this. They didn't say that about Rodney King or the Castillo brothers. You are not lying whatsoever. You are not lying whatsoever. But that was because they were too busy trying to continuously demonize us at that time. But let's continue. Let's continue. Let's get them out of here.
Opinion is that illegally driving on a shoulder, pulling up to a car and pointing a gun at the heads of two community members who are not doing anything at the time is well beyond the scope of their authority as federal agents.
Pulling over into the outskirts in order to slow down the federal agents, whether they know as federal agents or not, that is illegal. Why aren't you speaking about their role? Because at the end of the day, if the officer thought that they were agitators, or if the ICE agent thought that they were agitators and they had to pull out their weapon in order to get them out of the lane or whatever the situation may have you, that was all caused by a person taking it upon themselves to just jump into the lane to slow down the vehicle that they shouldn't be doing. On the outskirts of the lane. Continue.
This case is going to face a lot of legal challenges given the supremacy clause that protects federal agents from prosecution for actions they take during the course of their duties. Last month, after Moriarty launched an online portal to crowdsource evidence to potentially charge federal agents, DHS said this does nothing to make Minnesota safer. Enforcing federal immigration laws is a clear federal responsibility under Article 1, Article 2, and the supremacy clause. What these states are trying to do is unlawful, and they know it. Federal officials acting in the course of their duties are immune from liability under state law. If convicted, this ICE agent is facing up to 14 years in prison.
Okay, so on that agent, where is that agent now, and any word on how he could be brought back to Minnesota?
Yeah, well, according to the criminal complaint, he is from Maryland. It's not clear what happens from here, though. Normally, with a nationwide arrest warrant, state or local police would pick him up and then extradite him to Minnesota. But this case is somewhat unprecedented. We have reached out to DHS to see how they're going to respond and handle this. Of course, we'll keep you updated what we hear back.
Okay, thanks, Garrett. We'll see where.
All right, family, and I'm showing you this because these people are able to get things done when they want to get things done for themselves. Now, while they're sitting there talking about these people that got a gun pulled on them because they were obstructing justice, they don't speak about our people, our family, that they just continuously run up on for no damn reason and do stuff like this too. Now notice, the brother made sure to show you what he's doing. He is in LA, waiting on the bus, the 105. I used to catch that mug frequently, the 105 and the 104, as well as the 111 and the 112. Y'all know about the 112 if you live in LA, the 111 and the 112. That is the bus line that goes straight down Vermont. You can catch the 111 over to Venice and catch the bus on Venice all the way to Venice Beach. You can catch the 111 or the 112 all the way down to Wilshire and catch the bus on Wilshire all the way down to Santa Monica Pier. So anybody that knows California knows these buses. And you know how long it takes for these buses to come along, to be honest with you. You know, these buses take some time. So you waiting at the bus stop, there should be no reason why anybody comes along and just start messing with you like these cops just pulled up and tried to do.
Get up off me. Get up off me. Get up off me. Get up off me, bro. Y'all see this?
Notice. You got this ambiguous looking Latino, because that's what she is. She's a Latino. You got this ambiguously looking Latino with this other goddamn Nabisco cop, and they're over here harassing foundational Black Americans who are just waiting on the bus to go home. I don't see anybody calling for the police to be defunded as of right now. I don't see anybody sitting there trying to hold these people or actually charge these people with harassment of a citizen. Because that's what this is. This is harassment.
Y'all see this? I'm at the bus stop. No, watch out. Watch out. I'm at the bus stop. I'm chilling at the bus stop. And I touch my phone. What did you grab me for? Get up off me. Bro, what did you grab me for? What did you grab me for? I'm not putting my hands behind my back. There's no reason. You didn't even tell me. You didn't read my rights. You didn't tell me nothing. Why stop? I'm at the bus stop. Put your hands in your pocket. Dude, you're not finna put me in handcuffs. Okay, I'm about not to detain me. You're not, bro. What did you pat me down for? Here, let me bring your back. What are y'all trying to pat me down for? What is the reason? I'm right here at the bus stop. What is your probable cause of stopping me? What is y'all probable cause? Why are you searching me? Why are you searching me? You see this? All right, y'all want to get okay? Y'all gonna be mad. Y'all gonna be mad. Both y'all gonna be in a lawsuit. You're gonna lose. Can I get y'all badge numbers and y'all motherfucking in y'all station? What station y'all work for? What's your no? Y'all not getting none of that. Why'd you search me? You got a knife. I got a knife. Get up off me. That's a personal knife. Okay, bro, get up off me, bro. Get up off me, bro. Bro, get up off me, bro. Get the fuck up off me, bro. Okay. Get up off me and go somewhere. Go somewhere. Go somewhere. Go somewhere, bro. I've been right here at the bus stop for 30 minutes. Go somewhere. I'm not talking to y'all. Go somewhere. Get the fuck up out of here. Get the fuck out of my. What's y'all badge number? What's y'all badge? Can I get your name?
And not only is the goddamn woman a goddamn Latino, the Nabisco is a Latino too. Where is the whole Gestapo situation for that? Where is the whole situation of police brutality for that? Where is the whole situation of LAPD under Karen Bass treating us like that? But yet these folks will sit to the side as these Latinos and these illegals will set this bitch on fire. Where are these people? Do you see why Roly Poly Martin don't get as much goddamn attention as foundational Black Americas? Do you see why FBA's got the ear of the streets? Because we speak about what's happening to us. We speak about what's happening in these streets. Nah, this dude ain't Belize. I don't believe he's from Belize. I believe if anything, he's from Guatemala or El Salvador or something like that. Most likely El Salvador. That's who he looks like to me. He looks like he's an El Salvadorian. I used to deal with those people a lot out there in Los Angeles. Yeah, he looks like he's an El Salvadorian. Maybe even Guatemalan. Are you talking about the chick here? Hold on, I don't know. I don't think she's from Belize. She don't look. She even looks like she's more.
Get up off me. Get up off me. Get up off me, bro. Y'all see this?
Yeah, she even looks like she's more like Dominican or something like that. I don't see Belize in her. I don't see El Salvador in her. And usually there's a little bit of mixture in between them both. But what I do see is a stone cold stud. I do see a stone cold stud. She might be Honduran. I don't know about Belize, but she might be Honduran. So I see stud. That's all I see. Yeah, I feel you. I feel you too. He said we got him in VA. Okay. So you might be a little bit more knowledgeable on that situation than I am, and that's it. So, you know, I'll trust your guidance in that situation, my good brother. One stud, one band, huh? One stud, one sound. Stone cold stud. Stone cold stud Austin. That's what we are call her or him or Shem or whatever the hell, you know, whatever. Let's get back over here, shall we?
Fuck up out of here. Get the fuck out of my. What's your badge number? What's your badge? Can I get your names?
Last one, 43861.
What's your badge number? What's your badge number, name? And what's your name? Okay. Okay, y'all gotta explain to me nothing. I've been at this bus stop 30 minutes, 40 minutes. Like, come on now. Y'all finna go on Facebook, TikTok, all that. Y'all finna lose y'all jobs and I'm finna get paid. Harassment. I got y'all riding back and forth, and all that.
Shout out to that brother for speaking up for himself and also knowing that he ain't, number one, knowing the law and also knowing that he ain't have to do what they had to say right off. Like that is crazy. You don't just plop out and tell somebody to put their hands behind their back and they have not done anything. You just want to jump out and search people. And if he wouldn't have said nothing, they would have just sat there and searched him and treated him any kind of way. It was up to him to stand up for himself in the very same way it's up to us to stand up for ourselves. Let's get back over here to Roly Poly Martin.
Okay, let's say your person wins the House. They're Democrat, and Democrats control the House. And your person wins the Senate, and they control the Senate. So let's just say it gets 218 votes in the House and 60 votes in the Senate. Who then can sign or veto it? Donald Trump. What do you think he's going to do?
Stop talking to us as if we didn't give Obama the presidency, the House, and the Senate. Not only gave him all three, but gave him a super majority. Stop talking to us as if we didn't give Joe Biden the House, the presidency, and the Senate. Stop speaking to us as if we don't know how politics work when we put these same people into office and they quite literally gave us the middle finger and gave everything that was supposed to go to us to Asians and everybody damn else. You got the game messed up, Roly Poly Martin. You big neck bastard. You got the game messed up. You can't even put on a turtleneck. You got to put on an extended. They got to make extended turtlenecks for people like Roland, even though he has no neck. The extended turtleneck is only for the flaps that's under the flaps, to make it still sit like a regular turtleneck. This man has no chin. Look at him. Look at family. Look at this man with no chin. No neck, head and shoulders. Trying to explain to us that we got to get people into office first and hold them accountable. That's the same nonsense you Democrats have been saying for the past 60 plus damn years. More specifically, ever since Obama, when we sat there and told you, I was one of the people that voted for Obama in his first term. And by his second term, I could not in good conscience vote for that man because he did not do nothing for us and he refused to. But within his first 100 days, he was doing for all kind of people, LGBTQ, goddamn banks, all the other goddamn Israel, not the top hat community, all this stuff. So by the second term, I was telling people I will not be voting for him because he hasn't given me anything to vote for him for. And everybody was running around talking about, you got to get him back in the office and then let him do what he's going to do because it's a chess move, don't you know? It's a chess move. And what that goddamn tether ass bastard do, he get himself back in the office off of our goddamn bats. And then he gives DACA to the goddamn illegals. Don't talk to us about Donald Trump vetoing anything when you had the opportunity to do what you were supposed to do for us. It is that simple, that plain. And this the cold part about it is foundational Black Americans, we're the only ones that do not have any representation in higher realms of politics. Our representation is representing Israel more than they're representing us. Oh, you think I'm playing, family? No. Let's go here real quick. Let's go here really quick.
Well, I appreciate the relationship that I've had with AIPAC from the very beginning of my congressional journey.
The pro-Israel community fully embraced me.
AIPAC played a very important role in my political campaign. I think it really helped it take off. Thank you to everyone and AIPAC for their deep and long-standing friendship. It means a lot to me.
Now notice, within this whole goddamn commercial here, they brag about being the fundraiser, top fundraiser for the Democrats. They brag about being the top fundraiser for the Congressional Black Caucus. They brag about being the top fundraiser for the Hispanic Caucus. Family? And I'm not saying that the Republicans don't have their goddamn shills over there that's paid for and bought up by AIPAC as well. I'm telling you exactly what we're seeing on our side for a bunch of people that's supposed to be our representatives. People who are supposed to be speaking up for us. So miss us with all this nonsense. At the end of the day, like our sister Angelic just said, let them vote for y'all. Then keep our names out of your mouths. Unless you're going to go ahead and cut that check. That's it. That's all. Simple and plain. You think that Melrose is the last? No. No, Melrose wasn't the first, and he's not going to be the last. Shout out to our good brother, but our brother Melrose, he's doing what the ancestors within ourselves is telling us to do. This isn't the first time we ran up on anybody. This isn't going to be the last. You can guarantee it. But he ran up on you guys with the right mindset. Just like I ran up on you guys with the right mindset. Black Alpha ran up on you guys with the right mindset. Our brother Greg Marcel Dixon ran up on you guys with the right mindset. And speaking of our good brother Black Alpha, yeah, we're going to have to go ahead and play this clip because Kamala was out there in Savannah and she was on her last day of her book tour. And our good brother Black Alpha, and I believe it was our brother Marcel as well out there. They had some things to say to Kamala. And it sounded along the lines of what our good brother Melrose Mike had to say. Let's go to it.
You are gifted. You are important. You matter. You come from people. There is pride. There is a
On behalf of foundational Black Americans, we demand cash payment reparations, Kamala. On behalf of foundational Black Americans, we demand cash payment reparations. You're not going to use our ancestors' legacy to give money to illegal immigrants. We're foundational Black Americans. We built this country. We're not voting for you. We're not voting for the Democrats. And we're not voting for anybody until we get paid. Remember that.
You're doing good.
FBA.
Turn around.
FBA. Cash payment reparations.
Shout out to our good brother Black Alpha, who went out there and reminded Kamala exactly what this was all about. He didn't need no blowhorn. He didn't need a microphone. He didn't need anything to amplify his voice because he was so willing to get out there. The Ancestor said, I'll amplify your voice for you. Kamala sitting there in that goddamn room sounded all timid. You can barely hear her, but the person you can hear loud and clear is our good brother Black Alpha, who said what? You're not going to continuously use us in order to benefit everybody else. We demand our cash payment reparations, Kamala. We command that you people start listening to the Black grassroots. And if you do not, we're going to show up everywhere you are. James Tallarico, he's having a call in this weekend all the way through the 1st of May. So I will be on the call with James Tallarico. I will be on the phone tomorrow if they, put me into the queue with Al Sharpton. We are not playing around with you people. So whether you are doing, your little book tour or whatnot, we're going to show up. When the Democrats are doing their little events and they're sitting there trying to convince other people outside of us to vote for them, we're going to show up. When you mother lovers are running around here tiptoeing, acting like you don't know what reparations is and who it's for, we're going to show up. When you're talking about illegals as if it's our fight, we're going to show up. When you're talking about anything in America without referencing foundational Black Americans, we're going to show up. Shout out to our good brother Black Alpha. And also shout out to our good brother Greg Marcel Dixon. And shout out to our good brother Melrose Mike. This is just the start of this year. We're only in April. We're only in April. Watch what we do by September. And then watch the loss you take after September. Especially for being a group of people, a party that wants to deny us everything that's owed to us while trying to give everything that's owed to us to everyone else. When Black Alpha said these people love to use our history, love to use our names in order to benefit other people, he was absolutely correct. Let's go here real quick, shall we?
Have you met with any of the 1.4 million people who have lost their health insurance just this last year from dropping off of Obamacare? Have you sat down and talked to those folks about the fact they won't have their health insurance again?
They're almost all illegal immigrants.
Oh, well, you know what? It sounds like you haven't met with folks like Portia in my district.
We found 1.5 million illegal immigrants illegally
no.
collecting Medicaid.
Mr. Secretary, there are people like Portia in Buda, Texas, whose health insurance costs went from $100 a month to $500 a month. People like my constituent Shauna in San Marcos, Texas, her premium went from $250 to $750 a month. Now,
all of a sudden, they know how to bring up Portia. All of a sudden, they know how to bring up Shauna. But y'all won't bring up Portia or Shauna when it comes down to speaking about reparations, will you? You won't bring up Portia or Shauna when you talk about bringing up any type of hate crime bill now, will you? Because you don't bring up hate crime bills when it comes down to Portia or Shauna, nor their children. You only use Portia and Shauna when it will benefit the Democratic Party. That's it. That's all. You don't care about Portia or Shauna. You care about making sure those illegals as a part of your constituency group, because they're in your area and you're a Democrat, so in your mind, they're your constituency. You're not bringing up Maria. Kennedy just said there was 1.5 million of people that we saw that was on there that was all illegals. And you want to bring up Portia and Shauna. You're not talking about Maria. She reminds me of a West Side Story. Growing up in Spanish Harlem, that used to be foundational Black American Harlem. Living a life just like a movie star. You're not bringing up Maria. Even Michael Jackson brought up Maria. Mike Jack was in the back talking about Maria, hey, Maria. And that's when he was 8, 9, 10 years old. But y'all don't want to bring up Maria. You want to bring up Shauna. You want to bring up Portia. But their children are the ones that's being pushed out of these situations because you want to take up for Maria. Shauna still could not pay her medical bills because Maria is taking from her taxes in order to pay for her bills for free. While Portia and Shauna is struggling trying to pay the premiums regardless because they are not illegals. They are actual citizens. And you only brought the citizens up in order to protect Maria. Played by Carlos Santana. Family, now is the time. This is the generation. We are the reparations generation. We are the Freedman reparations party. Whether people like it or not, they can hate it, they can love it, doesn't matter to us. We're here to 100% stand 10 toes down when it comes to our interest. Let's be very, very clear about this. I want to give a shout out to our good brother Black Alpha for what he did there, right there with Kamala Harris, as well as our good brother Greg Marcel Dixon, as well as our good brother Melrose Mike. But outside of the new black media and inside the new black grassroots, not even the new black grassroots, the black grassroots, who is the new black media, I also got to give a B1 salute to this elder right here who must have woken up and smelled the goddamn bajuri chicken. If that's what it's even called, I don't care if it isn't. The elder who woke up and smelled the curry chicken. The elder that woke up and smelled all of the tacos and tostadas and said, there is something wrong here. I don't smell no soul food. Let's go over here to Durham, North Carolina. And I got to land with this one because it's not just us. It's not just the people behind the microphones. It's not just the people who are in the black grassroots that's with us every day. It's 9 times out of the 10, it's people who are just catching on to what we're saying, and because we're standing firm and we're explaining over and over, this isn't about xenophobia. This isn't about anything that the Democrats tell you that it's about. It's only about making sure that your generation can make it to the next generation, and the next generation make it to the next generation, and over and over that cycle repeats itself. Once people start realizing that we are not the enemy, we are the only people that's actually speaking up for foundational Black Americans, the only thing they can do is start speaking as a foundational Black American. We don't give permission for people to take up the foundational Black American cause. Do you know why? Because the ancestors already gave them that permission. Sometimes people got to be shaken out of the sleep that they're in. Sometimes people got to be shaken out of the dream that they're participating in and shown. You see that in your sleep, but when you wake up, this is what's happening to us right now. And with you being an elder, you can bet your bottom dollar that you right now, you have more power in what you say, because you don't know how long you're going to be here. We don't know how long you're going to be here. So if you take all that time, whatever the unknown is, the time that you're going to be here, and you use that to promote an agenda that has nothing to do with your lineage, has nothing to do with your descendants, what do you think is going to happen to them? So at this time, we have the youth on code. At this time, we have the middle age on code. At this time, we're getting more and more elders on code. In the same way, we're getting more and more middle agers on code, because don't think that the middle agers are just on code. We got to get them on code just like we got to get everybody else on code. But the thing is, the more they hear us, the more they hear us speak, the more they hear what we're speaking about and what the agenda is, and why we are not wavering when it comes down to making sure that we have tangibles for our community, the more and more they listen to us while watching what the Democratic Party has done, while watching what the Republican Party is doing, they start to understand more and more. And then we get them speaking like this.
We do not have a problem if persons are legal and they have their legal citizenship. Excuse me. Ask this young lady to show you her citizenship.
Notice how our queen sister went out there, our elder went out there, letting people know this ain't got nothing to do with whether or not these people are citizens. If they're legal, we don't have a problem with them. I'm talking about illegals. And then you got this woman who comes out of nowhere, who's supposed to be brown, who's a part of this whole brown connection, because there is no black and brown coalition. There's a brown connection. This woman clearly got on her hijab. So the elder is speaking, and this woman is trying to disrespect the elder by cutting her off, because it does not go into the damn rhetoric in which they're there to speak on. And then there's cameras there. So of course she don't want the cameras to pick up what our elders who actually stand on business has to say when it comes down to foundational Black America. Oh, they don't want that being known, but let's let her talk.
She is on the county commission, and she has, well, this is public property, this is city. So what I was speaking, excuse me, I started speaking, so let me finish. No, you go.
Notice how this woman is trying to cut off our elder as she's sitting there trying to explain to the news, to the mainstream media, what the issue of the day actually is. Oh, it's going to get a lot more disrespectful from here, family. A lot more disrespectful.
Stand over there. Why don't you show us your citizenship?
You guys,
So let me. No, we're not gonna have anything here.
this is a San Bernardino press conference.
Let me finish speaking, and then I'll leave.
We are asking. This is not
So
part of the press
this is.
and I want that to
Notice how she over there. This is not a part of the press conference. We just asked that you guys do not listen to her. This is not a part of the press conference. Yeah. I'm glad you're saying all of that because I want the world to know exactly how these folks treat us when we're sitting here trying to speak up for us while they're trying to use our history in order to speak up for themselves. Continue.
A public, federal public housing property. Anybody can be on this property. So let me finish. So the African American community, we are being devastated by the illegal people that are in this community.
Say that again, my sister queen.
We are being devastated by the illegal people that are in this community. We are being devastated by the illegal people that are in this community. We are being devastated by the illegal people that are in this community. I'm not speaking about the legal. I'm speaking about the illegal folks that have not shown that they are U.S. citizens. And that young lady who sits on the city council, she brags about that she came in here from Canada. So she brags about that she came in here from Canada. I don't have a problem with that. My ancestors came into this country years ago and was put in slavery. We understand that.
Debatable, but continue, sister.
When people are in crisis. But what we want to talk about, when you allow so many illegal people to come here and
notice how they're trying to drown her out, my family, by using our ancestral chants, by using our songs, things that we sung during slavery. This little light of mine, I'm going to let it shine. This little light of mine, I'm going to let it shine. Let it shine, let it shine, let it shine. And while our ancestor, our elder is sitting there, our ancestors moving through our elder right there, they're trying to use what we created, what we done to try to drown our elder out when she speaks for us, when she's speaking for us in our communities. The disrespect cannot go unnoticed. This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine, let it shine, let it shine, let it shine. Everywhere I go, I'm gonna let it shine. Whoa, everywhere I go, I'm gonna let it shine. Everywhere I go, I'm gonna let it shine, let it shine, let it shine, let it shine. That was a mantra for our family, for our ancestors, people who was fighting for freedom, who knew even after we got out of slavery and we gained our freedom that everywhere we go, we're going to be looked down upon. Everywhere we go, we're going to be looked at as the bottom tier. Everywhere we go. So this little light of mine, I'm going to make sure it shines. And when I make sure it shines, not only will it shine on all the non-believers, but it will shine on everybody that is a part of my lineage so that they can see within their heart, mind, spirit, and soul that it is okay to shine on these people that don't want us shining. I'd be damned if I let some goddamn refugee wannabe talk that nonsense over our elder. Because it's nonsense if it ain't coming out of us. It's nonsense if you try to use something that we used to uplift our people to try to downgrade our people. You got the game messed the hell up. I will never, after seeing this video clip, You can never in your life convince me that I need to stand for anybody else in this country. It is not going down. At this point in time, I don't give no fucks. And I want everybody to understand me. I don't give no fucks. That's F-U-Q-Q-Q-Q-Q with an exclamation point, with an extra exclamation point on top of that. I don't give a damn. You come over here talking about what needs to be done for you. We're shutting it the hell down. You guys have become so entitled, so disrespectful that you think that you could take something that comes from our ancestors, that comes from our blood, our sweat, our tears, our DNA in this goddamn country, and think that you could come over here and drown out the people that stand for us. You got the game messed the hell up. You could take your hijab and take your bitch ass back over there to Iran or anywhere else you come from. That goes for you. That goes for Ilan Omar. That goes for all of the Somalis. That goes for each and every one of you in this country that ain't from America, but that came to America to eat off the backs of the blood and the sweat and the labor that was stolen from the slaves. Foundational Black American, the Freedman. Take your bitch asses home. Because this right here will not be tolerated whatsoever. And I got to give a shout out to our elder because she saw what they were trying to do and she called it out. Not only did she call it out, but she took that energy from them by actually being the descendant of the people who sung the song. And she started singing it too, to let everybody know this was ours. This is ours. And they're trying to disrespect me by singing our song to drown me out. Let's continue.
Not be U.S. citizens and get housing, get food stamps. You are devastating the African American community. And the immigration problem in this city and county has devastated the African American community. Now, a lot of people, they don't want us to talk about it, but we're going to talk about it. And she needs to show us that she's a U.S. citizen. So you see how rude they are? You come into the Black community to give us the impression that you care about Black folks, but they don't. So they can sing and do whatever they want to do. But she needs to show us her citizen paper, that she's a U.S. citizen, and that she has a right to be on that county commission. And I ain't going nowhere.
And who's behind her? The unsalted Nabisco. You got the wheat thin Nabiscos. You got your graham cracker Nabiscos. But all the people behind her are Nabiscos, none the damn less. Sitting here trying to take our story and things that we've done, our ancestors tell, taking their songs and use it against us. You got the game messed up. You got the game completely messed up. But let's let the queen continue.
To tell the media, if the media wants to be fair, show her picture. Ask her, where was she born at? This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. This little light of mine, African American slave song. Let it shine, let it shine. Let it shine, let it shine, let it shine.
Notice they didn't even know the last part of the bridge. Our sister had to come in and show them how to end it. Let it shine, let it shine, let it shine. And she's showing them, I got the power right here.
I'm gonna let it shine. This little light of mine, African American slave song. Let it shine, let it shine. Let it shine, let it shine, let it shine. Let it shine, let it shine, let it shine. Do you know where that song came from? It's an old slavery song.
Notice when she got into the about to tell the history, do you know where that song came from? They were trying to stop singing because she was leading the choir at that point in time. So they stopped singing. And then she got to saying, do you know where that song comes from? Then they want to start trying to sing it again. The disrespect will not go unnoticed. And this is what we're talking to Roly Poly Martin about. And this is what we're talking to goddamn Al Sharpton about, and every other democratic shield around this goddamn continent. Not just goddamn United States, but the full-blown continent. This is what we mean when we say we are not rocking with you, and you, sir, you guys are making it worse for yourselves. Shout out to this elder for taking hold of the ancestral energy and using that ancestral energy to let people know that you may be here trying to be us, pretend to be us. What is it? Imitation is the best form of flattery. Yeah, it ain't the best form of flattery when your imitation looks like shit. So not only am I going to lead you, if you're going to do this, I'm going to lead you to do it right. But since you don't want to do it for us, guess what? I'm shutting this shit down. Continue, elder.
This little light of mine, let it shine, let it shine. Do you know where that song came from? It's an old slavery song. This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine, let it shine, let it shine, let it shine.
That's extra crazy.
I'm going to give a B1 salute to our sister, our elder, our sister queen, who's out here holding it down, speaking for the next generations, and understanding the gravity of the situation that fallen right before her feet. It's not just us. It's people who are waking up because they're hearing us. It is not just us. It is people who are waking up because they are feeling us. It is not just us. It is the children who are now regurgitating and spewing the same things that we're actually talking on, because it actually pertains to them being able to survive in this country. I am proud of each and every one of you, and I am proud of the elders who stand as such. But to the elders, to the elders, this is for you. Run and hide, because you're going to be called out, just like all these other Democrats are being called out. If you think that it's okay to sacrifice your next generation for the generation of another group, you're going to be called out. You're going to be put on Front Street, especially if you're a known informant like Al Sharpton or Al Sharpton. Especially if you're an ambulance chaser like Al Sharpton or Al Sharpton. Especially if you a Snorlax that nobody can get inside of their Pokeball like Roly Poly Martin. In the words of Nina Simone, it's a new dawn. It's a new day. It's a new life for me. And we're feeling good. That's what it is. And that's what it's going to be. Love it or hate it. Respect it, because you damn sure can't check it. And at the end of the day, You're going to wish you did it sooner if you don't do it. With that being said, family, if you're not subscribed, go ahead, hit that subscribe button along with the notification bell so you can be notified whenever videos like this drop. Please make sure you're hitting that like, share, and hype button so we can beat up the algorithm. Make sure we get this message out to the ears that need to hear. And if you have not done so yet, please click the link in the description. Go to change.org and put your signature on the petition for reparations, as well as joining the Telegram group, hitting that other link in the description. Joining the Telegram group to help circumvent the new black media, because Puke 2 really don't like us spreading the truth around here. I have never been kicked out of my own broadcast, but that happened here today, and you all were witnesses. Let me say that again because I want you all to understand the gravity of what I'm saying. I have never been kicked out of my own broadcast, but it happened here today, and you all are my witness. I haven't seen anybody really kicked out of their own damn broadcast, but I saw it here today. You guys saw it here today. You guys are my witness. That's because our message is circulating. Our message is getting out there. Whenever I watch our good brother Beatzilla's broadcast, do you know how much they mess with that man's broadcast? This man will start skipping. The sound will go out, the sound will come back, the sound will go out again, and then everybody else will hear, and some people may not be able to hear. Other people's may be able to hear, and others may not be able to hear. So now we got to drop out, we got to come back in. It's the same thing that happens whenever me and Black Alpha is doing the space over there on TikTok. Twitter or X. Our good brother Black Alpha can start a space, things going good, and all this other stuff. As soon as I get up in that space, Elandra and his little minions are dropping me left and god dang right. When you speak the truth, they have to mask the truth. They have to hide the truth. They have to bury the truth. And that's what these people are trying to do. Even right here with our elders sitting here trying to speak the truth, they tried to bury the truth under some songs that comes from us that actually speak about our oppression. These folks don't understand how damn much they're fueling the fire. But we do. And I want to humbly ask to all of these people that have been throwing fuel on the fire left and right, please don't let up. No, please don't let up, because if you let up, people might go back to sleep. I'm going to need you to go ahead and continue to go hard, 100% fold. Shout out to our good sister. I remember when Lisa Cabrera used the broadcast Victory Manifest Destiny, Bro L's Shabbat's sermon. YouTube wouldn't fail to kick her out. You are not lying. And that's the thing. Like, I've seen that, like, some of her Bible studies that they have together, and some of those collaborations that she do, sometimes it be like just going up and freaking down, right? Like, it'll be, you can hear everything clear one second, and the next second people are getting dropped. Even if you're not even on a panel, you're getting dropped out of the goddamn whole broadcast. So yeah, I'm in absolutely agree with you. I'm in absolutely agreement with you. It would be normal thing. It would be a normal thing. You're not lying, my sister. It's a very same way. This is what we have to go through in the new black media, because we're the only ones that tell the truth. We're the only ones that speak to black interest. We're not trying to gain anything from you. We're not trying to, like, convince you to do anything we want. I'm not telling you who to go and vote for. None of us do. But what we do, I said do, excuse me. That's childish. What we do participate in is telling people, just don't go and give your votes out for nothing, no matter who you're voting for. I don't care if you vote Democrat or Republican. What are they going to do for your community is what I care about. I understand that foundational Black Americans don't all live in the same type of environments. We live in different environments all throughout the United States. So some places you will have better policies under Democrats than you will have under Republicans. In other places, you'll have better policies under Republicans than you will of Democrats. But at the end of the day, are they bringing something to your community? And if they're not bringing anything to your community, then why should you just gift them a vote? Why should you gift them what they're looking for if they're not giving you what you're looking for? I want you all to know that I don't care if you vote Democrat or Republican, as long as you vote your interest and know that it's doing good in the area in which you live, that your community is going to be great. Your children won't have to worry about certain things, like having to compete with a bunch of people who's been given a ladder every step of the damn way. Shout out to our sister Angelic. They messed up your sound every time you came into Black Alpha Spaces to speak without fail. That's crazy. And you are not like my sister. You was there. You're almost always there when that situation takes place. So you know I'm not joking around. I'm not playing. We have power right now. And how we use that power is very important, not just to us, but to the people that's going to have to lay down to that power. And you bet your bottom dollar they don't want you going around talking like this. You bet your bottom dollar they don't want people giving you the type of information that the new Black media and the Black grassroots bring to the forefront. Because contrary to popular belief, I don't bring the receipts. The Black grassroots bring the receipts. And I'll have family sending me receipts. I'll have family sending me to areas where I can find receipts. They might just give me a whole place to look that I would have never thought to look before, and I'll find the receipt. This is all because of the work that we are doing together. We are pulling ourselves up, not just by our bootstraps, but we're pulling ourselves up by our ancestry, because we know that ain't nobody else around this piece trying to pull us up by our ancestry and what we have done in this country and what we are owed in this country. So I want to make sure that everybody knows that your power is unwavering. All you got to do is continue to wield the hammer and just let the electricity strike who it needs to. You know what I'm saying? For those who understand the Thor references, let Mjolnir do what she does. Shout out to our sister Full once again. I have 3 degrees, and one of them is a paralegal, and I love watching your broadcast. You're powerful, and we're connected by law, and we're protected and connected by not just law, but the Most High and universal law. We're connected and protected by the law of our ancestors and the law of love. See, that's one thing a lot of people really don't get about us. We're not standing up for the next generation just because the next generation need to be stood up for. Because we love ourselves and we love our people, we stand up for the next generation because we know that in itself is love. And the next generation will be able to see that and say, damn it, can't nobody tell me that the elders didn't love us. They fought so hard to make sure we didn't have to have the same fight. They fought so hard that they was fighting against the grain. Everybody was fighting against foundational Black Americans, but my ancestors stood on business and said, God dang it, ain't nobody, and I do mean nobody, and outside of nobody, anybody gonna come in here and try to make it tougher for our next damn generation. No. Nobody. is worth losing our children to. Because if we don't stand, guess what? They're going to have that ladder when they get to the age to have to compete with each other. So I want to thank each and every one of you for being here, for lending me your time here on this beautiful Sunday. And I want to salute each and every one of you for standing on business. Because where we are right now in this day is all because of foundational Black Americans not taking it from anybody. Standing on business and letting people know that this right here, this is what's going to be done. And if you don't want to do it, guess what? We'll push you to the side and find somebody who will. And now everybody hates us. It is FBA versus the world. And you know what I say to that family? Bring the world on. Let me give a B1 salute to each and every one of you in the chat and those who aren't in the chat. Everybody who's donated, whether by Cash App, Super Chat, PayPal, or anywhere else. I am greatly, greatly appreciative of each and every one of you, not because I'm behind this microphone, but because of the fact that even if I wasn't, you would still be the same people who are searching within the media for people who sound like the new Black media, for people who reps like the new Black media, which means that you have a calling in yourself. You have something in your heart that tells you what's right and what isn't. You have something in your heart that tells you what is good to listen to, what isn't good to listen to, what's standing on business, what isn't standing on business. Each and every one of you hold us in a situational high regard. And when I say us, I mean all of us. I'm not saying the new Black media as in me, Black Alpha. No, when I say you hold us up, I mean us, all of us. You all are the standard. You all are the line that shows us how far we've gotten. So I will always appreciate each and every one of you. I always will call out all these god dang boot licking, tap dancing Sambos who want to use us for everybody else's benefits. And I will always appreciate each and every one of you lending me some of your FBA energy to do so. Now, family, I said earlier that whenever I go through these situations, I tend to watch these things and I write down the numbers and things like that so that y'all don't have to deal with it. I'm draining my energy by doing that, but you guys give me so much energy by coming in, and not just even on my platform, on all of these platforms, whether it's Black Alpha, Afro Elite, Tariq's, Jason Black's, Lisa Cabrera, Torian Reigns, KG, or anybody else. When I see the family, it overwhelms me with joy, because we know what we're here to do, and can't nobody tell us who to listen to, who not to listen to, what you should be doing or what you shouldn't be doing, because it's already known. With that being said, family and friends, the doors of the church are now closed. I want you all to have a beautiful rest of your Sunday. Peace.
My grandfather built this country, man. He fought wars for it. And most places he went wouldn't let him sit down and get a cup of coffee. I can't even catch a cab in New York. You know, it doesn't matter how many degrees I get. All you people see is color. Your grandfather was an immigrant. You're American. My grandfather was born here, Duke. And you people still look at me as just another nigga.
I know that the government, whatever, can't stand us black people. He's doing everything in the world to make black man be extinct. But I'm going to tell you one thing. Us black people going to survive. Yeah. So fuck everybody. I'm out.